Entire map out. Cool. Works. Okay. So let's talk about making some icons for you guys, because I'm going to do that real quick. Nathan, what is your character? You're a wizard? Are you a human wizard? Yeah, hang on a second. Human wizard.
So you can play a human in game, but not in real life.
So if you guys go on to, what I want to do is find an image online. So if you Google search for a picture of what you think your character should look like, I want you to go online and find me an image and then send me a link in Discord, and then I'll create a token for you.
Okay. Or is it something more basic?
Yeah, you're gonna get the link and send me the link, or put the file right into Discord. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Nope, this is totally fine. I'll see what I'm about to do here. Save image. What is your character's name?
Fuck. I need to find
Fuck.
it. I don't remember it.
Fuck, I don't know. Okay, that's your character's name. F-I-D-K. Fiddick. Your character's name is Fiddick.
Oh fuck.
Fuck, I don't know. Fiddick. That's a great
Okay.
name. I love it. Already PCs.
It's Kuroi Kusa.
It's in chat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Japanese. Black grass. Yep. Sounds fucking stupid.
Let me try that. So let's see if I can create a token for Kuroi Kusa.
Copy image.
How do you spell Kuroi again? Or Kusa, K-U-S-A, right? Just gonna put one name. Okay, let's try this. Download. Open the folder. Do, 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 do. Okay, now let's try firing this character into Roll20. So I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do icons and creatures. Ooh, no, it's the wrong. Oops, shit. Did I kick you guys out?
Nope.
Okay. This. Create a page. PCs.
Yo. Yeah. That does not look like a human, Nathan. I think it's undead.
Mm. So I have the token saved in the game. Now I don't know how to drag the tokens to a map. This is your dude. Vexus. Copy image.
Yeah. Oh. There's yes. Wrong. Um where?
Going shuffle.
Oh yeah, I have it turned on.
Oh, they're large. It's a bit larger than I was expecting. I can shrink them down. I got it. Just want to be able to map locate you. They'll shrink to the size of the grid, so you guys all have to. Anyway, it doesn't matter because you'll be for the size of this group. It's just gonna be like, where's the party in town, kind of a thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, the others.
So look at go back to this for 2 seconds. On the top right, you have a chat tab, which we can chat, and you can whisper each other. So like for instance, right now, like Nathan G or Kurai, right? I can go /W in the chat box, like right below where you were, /W for whisper, and then I can whisper Kurai, KUROI, yo, you suck. And so Nathan can't see that, but Kurai can, right? And so similar, if you change your name, Nate, to whatever, I could whisper you, and you could.
It's in the yeah. I can't find it anymore, but I found it before.
Okay, I was just messing with you. Do you see my whisper to you? And you can. I'm GM, so you can whisper GM. So if you can be like, if I make a roll secretly, blah 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 blah, right? So one other thing too, there's a down arrow. So like, there's I'm Dan G as GM, but I can add NPCs to here. Like the NPC says this, I won't, but I could. And then if we go to the top of that same area, there's an art library. And I'll start adding some assets. I haven't done it yet, but I'll add assets to it, and your characters will show up in here. And if you go to the next tab, journal, We can add some story or made this major background thing or whatever.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
So if I go to, I don't know if you guys have it, but if I go, so up top, oh, come here, Nate, for 2 seconds, just see what I got. So let's see if you can, how close it is to yours. Okay, so you can see this here?
Yeah.
You don't have this?
Yeah.
Oh, how do I resize, delete? I'm not sure how to share. So I can be able to grab this token, for instance, and put it on here. Oh, sorry, you always have to grab the words, my bad. And then that's on there now, right?
Yeah.
And I can do this and I can delete the token. So I'll add tokens for everybody. These are the rest of my tokens that I have on my token sheet. Anyway, this is what I would be pulling from my maps or whatever. So you guys should, however,
So we have a tab, but you can click
yeah, in here you should be able to create your character sheets though. In here, I think. So add character for me.
Okay, yeah, so
You need to
there's-
need to go there. You don't have this third
No,
tab.
we have
No add. Add character. So I'm gonna try to add this. What's your guy's name? Vexus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go one just
Oh,
to.
we have the control.
Oh, so I'll try this. Okay, Vexus can be controlled by Nate and Danji. In players' journals can be controlled by Danji and Nate. Okay.
Oh wait, you have Jacob added.
Yeah, so I think he just jumped in. So also I can click to upload. I have your character saved. So let me just give this 2 seconds. Downloads, token, open. That worked out like shit. Oh, there it is. That's the wrong guy. Okay, never mind. Remove. Click to upload. Let's do it this way. Roll 20, PC, Vexus token, open. Okay. Then default token, click to upload. Vexus token. Oops. Open. So there's your default token. I'm going to remove this and now I should do a different pic, do your full picture of the guy. Vexus. Open. So, does that work?
Yeah.
Tags, I don't know, duplicate archive, save changes. So now go see if you can modify Vexus and I'll create a character for everybody. So there's a character sheet here you have to create.
You
Okay,
just create them and then give us access, and then we can also
yeah,
manage our
I just want to
characters.
see if Nate can access the character sheet. And if is that working, Nate? Okay, so I'm going to create a character for everybody. Cool, right? Character. Yeah. So Kuroi and me. Kuroi and me. Okay, so I don't know everyone's personal names because I don't know your voice as well to say, but so Kuroi, if you go under the right-hand side across the top, there's chat, then there's art library, then there's journal. Under journal, your character should be there. And then you'll need to edit your character. So you click on it, you'll create your character sheet, etc., etc.
Oh, okay.
Let me know if you have any problems seeing it. Is Jacob, is everyone in? So it's just the three of us in Roll20 right now. Yeah, so that's cool. So Ben, have you, can you see the Discord link for people to join if you scroll up above the pictures?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so can you click that link?
Yep. Launch game.
Yeah. We're just kind of, it's possible that I don't, it's in the player's handbook. Possible. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, that's a great question. I don't know enough about the 5e character creation. Do the best that you can. You can customize and modify the character sheet. Theirs will take time. Like it'll take you a good hour to learn how to build characters on here. In theory, the rules are supposed to all apply equally. And again, in theory, I should have access to the base core books, but I don't have access to special books. Like if you pick a feat, let's say out of, I don't know, out of Monster Manual 3, and I don't have access to it, it's not there. You know what I'm saying? If you pick a feat out of wherever, I might not have access to it. So, okay, there's Toxic. Okay, Ben, what's your character? Are you a wizard or something?
Yes.
So can you go online and look up a picture of what you'd like your character to look like, and then post it into Discord, the image of it.
Okay, yeah.
And then I'll download it and create a character sheet and an icon for you, a blank character sheet.
Okay.
In theory, I realize now I should have made the city map larger. Not that it really matters, because I'm not. It's not like this is a combat map, right? So it would matter if I'm like, okay, you know, whatever. Each tile is 10 minutes of travel time, and you know, I'm like, you're 30 minutes away from your buddy to come help them. You know what I mean? So, but even then, for combat, I'm just like, you're too far away to be helpful in combat. Like, you know, 30 minutes of walking. It's not combat capable.
There we go. Do I have to actually send like a picture character thing, or can I just send something like this? Is that okay? Or is that
That's just, it's going to
okay.
be, this is going to become your character's portrait and your icon.
Okay, sweet.
Oh, what's your character's name? Can you type it into chat like Vexus and Kuroi did?
Yeah.
And please don't make it like 35 characters. Like, don't be
It's not.
Satora Rami and Ada Tabuscus Sassus.
Penescus.
So it's like
Penescus.
every YouTuber I know you've ever followed. So all rolled into like one. Save image. Ben, I'm just going to put Ben because it's this has to go on your. So the text is going to get so small by the time I write Benascus that
Fair.
it's not even readable.
Okay.
Okie-doke. So Benascus. Okie-doke. So gadonk-a-donk. Gadonk-a-donk. Do-do-do-do. So PC tokens. Benascus.
You can just do Ben.
I mean, your character's token says Ben on it, but the the saved file and everything. It's fine. Benascus is fine. It's just your token only. It's just going to say Ben on it because
Okay.
Benascus is too long for a token, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a problem. Benascus is cool. I have no problem with it. Add character. Click the upload button. Benascus, open. Click the upload token. Benascus, open.
Is 1 square 5 feet?
On this map, no, but normally yes.
Okay. So my speed is 35 as a wood elf.
Nathan, what race did you pick?
Okay, Ben, you should be able to see a character. So your character sheet is, if you look on the right where the chat is in Roll20, at the
Yep.
top, there, the third thing over at the top is journal. Under journal, you'll see your character Benascus.
Oh yeah.
And then, just for what it's worth, because I'm one of be here, but if you click on Benascus and you drag it to the left, it will appear as an icon on the map. You see what I just did? So I'll delete your character off the map just for the sake of argument here, so you can do it yourself.
Yeah.
But if I go remove this, so if you click on not the picture, but the word Benascus, and you drag it to the map and drop it on the map, you should make your icon appear in the map. There you go. Yeah, case in point. So you guys are be able to control and move your own character sheets. And you should not be able to, just to try it out for me, Ben, you should not be able to move Kusa or Vexus. Is that correct? And they shouldn't be able to move each other.
That is correct. I can yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so if you go back to your Benascus character, you can make a character sheet for Benascus.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go figure out how to get this stupid audio video shit turned off.
Okay.
Character pop-out windows. Oh, there you go. You should be able to pop your windows out, yeah. Deck size, graphics. Yeah, I think I have to exit this server in order to restart it in order to get rid of the chat. Anyway, it's all good. I think I have to go back to my main, like this is quote unquote a server we're running right now, right? And I don't think once the server's live, I don't think I can change the chat settings for the server. I think I chose a wrong text box back at the server settings. So I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long to quit and restart. And if you log into your Roll20, now that you've joined this game, it should simply be there under My Games, Join. It's called Mirror Mirror. Well, it's possible then I need to buy some of the campaign books, which I can do, and then I can share them with you. That might be the case, and I have no problem doing it. Like if you want, I didn't buy any books. I've bought 0 books. So do you want me to go out and buy the set of books and see what happens? Like I can go out and buy the player's handbook and buy the DMG, and like if they're based, if all your stuff's based in the player's handbook, then those feats and stuff should be there.
How are we figuring out Oh, sorry. Go. I was going to ask, how are we figuring out our stats? Do I just do rolls?
No, point by.
Okay.
Yeah.
So should I wait for that then? Or
No, you
just
can
do it?
figure out your own point by.
Okay, cool.
Everyone gets 20 points and Ben gets 15.
Seems fair.
So if you Google D&D 5e point buy calculator, there's a website called chickendinner.com, and then you can select your human race or whatever on there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then Nathan's got a variant human, so human variant or whatever. But
Fuck.
yeah, and then how many points did you use, Nate? 14.
I don't know how to wait. I need to go up to my other character sheet that got auto fucking generated for me to see what my cantrips are and shit.
Yeah, I don't agree with the 20 points, Nathan. You should be 32 points, I think. Well, on the total point calculation, so you should be able to have 4 14s and 2 10s.
Does anyone
No.
know if
No, sorry, my bad. You should have 27 point buy. That is my bad. That's my mistake. Okay, there you go. No problem. Yeah. Yeah.
when with the spellcasting ability, do I like just fill it in myself, or is that something that someone else has already like put down? Because I can't find anything on it.
Fill what in yourself?
Innate skill spellcasting. I don't know. So I just yeah, that's what I did for all my abilities and shit.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to paste all your stuff over. Like I should be just buy the books, and then it should be there automatically. So it's because I don't own the books, and so it's not letting me use the Bigby's giant fist or whatever, right? So that's why.
So do I roll for my ability scores, or do I use the buy-in? What's the website for that?
D&D Beyond. You kind of just like look at your. Oh, is he not asking? Oh, sorry.
Oh fuck.
I got an AFK sec, guys.
I find it. Maybe I'm dumb. So it's just chicken dinner.
Nathan, are we using any other content like homebrew content, any of that kind of stuff, or no? So we are using those. Okay. Okay. Do I have to fill out like bond and like flaw and all that stuff? Okay.
How are we doing, guys?
I'm just doing my personality traits, ideals, bonds.
So then I've selected all my spells. I just have 2 left. I'm Is Burning Hands worth it or no?
Hello.
Yo, Jacob.
Hey, what's up?
Can you do me the favor of putting a picture of your character in the chat plus your character name, please?
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll promptly kill him and sacrifice him to the gods.
Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking. That should be good enough.
Then I don't know if anyone here's double, but you might have to mute yourself in Roll20 because some loser who's never used Roll20 as a DM before set the server up so that the chat's open in it. Yeah. Sorry about that. And I'll create a character space for you so you can add your own character into this. You sure you want to look like that? It's a bit short. Ugly.
Yeah, he's perfect.
The uglet. Okay.
Yo, Dad, do we have to choose our personality traits and an ideal bond, flaw, all that kind of stuff?
Yes.
How is initiative calculated? So I'm 0.01 off 420 initiative, and I'm kind of sad.
Okay, so what exactly are we supposed to do?
Yep. Best response I had.
Okay.
Are we starting with any gold? Okay. Okay.
Look.
Are you guys just posting pictures of what your character looks like?
I need him for icons, so you'll create a basic an icon for you.
Okay.
And a name so that I can create your character sheet in the server here. Okay, Uglet is created. You should be able to, Jacob, you should be able to go to the, and Roll20 on the top where it says chat, then it says art library, then third is journal. In journal, there should be a character sheet Uglet for you, and you should be able to edit your character there and finish your character sheet off. And I'll get Graham's character up as soon as he throws it in chat. Did you? Oh, you did already.
Yeah,
Cool.
I am.
Sweet as Sova. And I'm, because I don't know everyone's voices as well, I'm basically just going to go on character names all the time.
Okay.
So forgive me if I forget who's who other than Sova and Uglet's Uglet. Is this everybody?
I'm about to put mine in.
Okay.
Ugh. Jacob, why are you in the water?
I just move my character to the side.
How did you move your character to the side? I'm confused.
Sorry, when you say like put an icon on the screen with your character?
Oh no, Jacob moved his character to the side.
Yeah.
What's your middle name?
Yeah, I'm just reading. I'm almost on my character. I just have one more personality trait to get. But I'm trying to find something funny or like something that would be good. So like one personality trait that I came up with like on my own was like loyal, right? It's one word. But then when I was looking up personality traits, it's like full on sentences.
You don't have to do that, I don't think.
Yeah. Sova, your character is created. So again, in the chat on the top, on the right at the very, very top, the third thing on the left is journal. Click on that and you'll be able to see Sova there. And then you can edit the character sheet. And then just so you guys know, because well, I see Uglet on the map. If you want to drag your icon onto the map, you highlight your name, not the picture, and then you drag your name onto the map. And then you should be able to move your name around. And you should only be able to manipulate your own name. And when you double click on the map, it does that ping thing. It pings where you double clicked. Actually, I don't think you need to double click. I think you just need to click once, left click. If I left click on the map, it pings. So I see several other people pinging. Green, so I can tell you Kuroi Kursa Akusa it works. You guys have colors next to your names, by the way. So if you want to see who's doing what, the color of your action does that. Also, if you right click on your character, you'll be able to set like auras and stuff like that. This will come up later, but if you have like a 10-foot aura for something, you can set a radius. I just have the regular cursor select. Yes, select move. Yeah. Really?
I can't move my character, but I can ping.
You guys can't move your characters? Yeah. So let's try this then. Just 1 second. I'm going to delete them off the screen. Go to under your characters on the right and drag the words for your character onto the map.
Oh,
There
that
you go.
works.
Now you can
Oh,
move it.
yeah, now I can
Yeah.
move.
So don't pick the image for your character. So on where you create your character sheet, drag the word for your character onto the map, and then you'll be able to move them around. That's my bad. I dragged my GM icons of your characters onto the map for you, not realizing I should have dragged your character sheet icons, if that makes sense.
Nathan, just left click.
I don't know. What should it say? Is that lighting the map up for you? Normally I would click and hold. So I'm going to move Vexus right now. So just bear with me. So I click and Vexus up. Okay. Then I click the word letter Q, and then I can be like, I move 15 feet to there. And then I click Q, and I move down to here, and I go Q, and I move over to there. And that's how I would normally move, and then let it go. Did you guys see all that?
Yep.
Yeah. So that'll do your movement calculations for you. I mean, obviously this is not a 5-foot map. This map's really just to get guys a feel, and we'll talk about the town and go through your character's history a little bit, and then we'll sacrifice Uglet and call it an evening.
So he's in the river.
Can't swim.
Yeah, and honestly, on a map like this, I'll often be like, "Where's the party at?" And it only matters if you're like, "Okay, wherever the whole party's with Ben, let's say." And so wherever Ben is, and then if someone peels off, and I'm like, "Yeah, you got to go across," and there's somebody fishing in the pond in the middle of town, and one character peels off over there, then they can put their character over that area. It's just not a battle map. This is just for context and relevance, right? If I start talking about the stone circle, you're like, "Oh, I know where that is," right? You can wander off up that way or whatever.
Was this map pre-gen or did you make it?
These are all downloaded maps straight from the Google. I just
Oh,
Google.
okay.
I don't do any work anymore. I just Google. I Google or I Fiverr everything. Just make a career out of that.
Oh. Did not mean to do that. How do I undo this?
So it's worth saying. I'm sure Nate's already told you guys, but I'm entirely new to D&D 5e. But I've been playing D&D since probably younger than you guys, right? So probably since I was about 15. So that's a couple of years now. Anyway, so I know the rules for like 3.5, and I know you should be able to do this or should be able to do that. But there's a lot of stuff I'm learning on 5e, and quite honestly, I'm interested in doing this kind of stuff from telling a story version, right? This is about telling a tale or telling a story, and so there's definitely combat, and shit happens. People die. It happens, right? But I'm kind of, again, the interest that I have in this kind of stuff is telling the story. That's the goal, right? And learning about characters and people's characters being in character, right? Like, if you're a rogue, it's other things like if Uglet's, I don't think Uglet's a rogue. Is Uglet a rogue?
No, he's supposed to just be a fighter.
Yeah,
like,
he's too
very
big of a
very
s-
basic.
Yeah, it looked too big of a sword for a fighter anyway, for a rogue anyway. But let's just imagine somebody's playing a rogue. That's no problem. Be a rogue, but then like it's behooving to each of you to try to actually be a party member. If I don't, it's never fun fighting your own party members. There's enough bad stuff I'm going to throw at you guys. If you all can't figure out how to sort your own shit out, you're going to die, and it'll go badly, particularly for people who create shit between the party. I have a tendency to punish that kind of behavior severely. So if you want to be the rogue that steals from your own party members all the time and does stupid shit, then by all means, try me. It'll be fun for you.
No extorting money out of
Wait,
people.
what?
Yeah,
Is that what you do, Nathan?
so that's totally okay. But you guys will, and I've been played for a long time, right, with like hundreds of other players. So it will probably, I'm just going to say it in a nice way, it will probably be less of an enjoyable experience for you, rather than you being the super loyal good guy that's willing to die for his party, right? Like those kinds of characters, because it's way more cinematic when they're dying for them to die in absolutely heroic ways, right? Think of Boromir, right? Yeah, well, it's inevitable. Everybody dies. So
Aw, I
yeah.
don't. I can live to 700.
Yeah. So, but it's something like the tendency for me to embrace good role playing and reward it, and punish bad character play. It's not just role playing. I don't care if you fake accents, and it's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like I play a character and I stay to my character, right? The paladin that runs in fear from the first goblin he sees is probably, unless that's your character design, it's probably not the ideal guy. Anyway, so I just encourage that, right? Try to stay in character, try to do as good as you can. I'll try and reward that behavior. I way prefer, it's way more fun me rewarding good behavior than me punishing bad behavior, I guess. So something to think about for the group, if that's cool with you guys.
Yep.
Um,
F11.
oh, there you
So
go.
how do I just click launch game, or do I have to wait?
Are you not in the game already?
Press launch game.
No.
Yeah, launch game.
Wow.
Noob.
Wow.
Who's Julian? Is that
I
Okay,
just
I'm
posted
gonna
my.
cool? Yeah, I'm saving your character. Save image. And lame's too long for the token, so maybe I'll just put Amit on it. That's all right. Oh, Kel's here. Sorry. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. No, it's no problem. Kel's here. I can get on there. Kel's here.
So how do you do those move lines? I try to press like Q, and it.
You pick the character up with your left mouse button and hold it. So your character's picked up and held. Then you hit Q.
I see.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah.
Cool. Good. I just about shut down my.
When you like go like locally, it'll just for me it's just I don't see the movement animation. It just drops me where I put it. Yeah.
Yes, it does. Yeah. They'll see the character actually path it out. There is a setting somewhere to actually do it for yourself, but it actually gets aggravating after a while. So you don't want to do that, in my opinion. Did I spell your name? Kelsey, or Kelsier, right?
One second, I'm gonna go get a fucking bowl for some sauce.
Okay. Julian, your character is created, so there'll be, I don't know if you heard everyone earlier, but they're in the on the top right where the chat is. Next to icon over is journal, and then Kelsier's there. And if you want to left click and drag the word Kelsier onto the map, your token will appear on the map as well. And then you can edit your character sheet from there.
I'll just mute my microphone when I do it.
Sorry, what was the question there, Nate? So I can make it so you can view everybody's character on the character chart. You can't see everyone else's character because I've made it that way. But for instance, I'll give you an example. I'll help you with Ben. So I'll click on Ben's character, and then I will. Oh, weird. Ben, are you editing your character right now?
No.
Yeah, so I can go show to players, I think. Weird. Something buggy happening here.
How do I edit my character? Yeah.
All right, Nate, see if you can edit. Yeah, so you can't edit it. In theory, you can't edit it. You can just see it. I think you can move it though, if I'm not mistaken. But I can make it so you can move it if you want. Yeah. Who's
Julian's red, right?
So
it's on the character token. Oh, sorry. It was hard that one because it was brown and white. Yeah. So I changed multiple colors to try to even Uglet was hard to in between his legs there. Everything disappears in between his legs. So
So can I
Especially
import,
mason
or
jars.
do I just have to put everything in here?
I did set on the import. I did say I set the settings so you could import, but I'm not sure actually how to do it. Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah, I'll buy the books. I'll buy the books next time and we'll see because you're not going to be inputting spells all the way up. So next time we go through, I'll just buy like Player's Handbook and Dungeon Master Guide and see how that works. You know what I mean? Remember those kits we looked at the other day? I wondered about this and we were going to try it out, but we just never got around to it. But yeah, so once I get the base material, it'll all be there for your character sheet to have right away. So do you want me to make it so that everyone can see each other's character sheets? Is that preferable for everybody?
Yep.
Hmm.
So I'll do it. So just to see how, well, I think it's the same as you have in the character sheet for yourself. So I can make it so that you can edit Ben's sheet or whatever if you wanted, if that's helpful. Like for instance, let's say Ben couldn't play one night. I can make it so that like you could play Ben's character, right? It's easy for me to do on this side if it's helpful. And then next to like Ben's character name, Ben Escus, there's like 2 square boxes when you have his character sheet up. And that should open that in a new, it should like, not instead of being in a window, it should pop out in its own window, basically, if that's helpful. That's often what I do is I'll tab between my character sheet, or I'll set up the Roll20 on one screen and the character sheet on another, basically.
What is the blue, green, and red things when I click my character like circle?
So these are hit points and stuff. When you click on them, you can do things like track your character's hit points on them. And then you can show your hit points in a bar or whatever. Or if you click on your character again, you'll be able to, like, down the bottom left, there's that like spoke thing. And that's like setting an aura. So you can have, yeah, bars to set an aura. So for instance, you know, you could set your AC in there. I don't use them the whole time, but it's relevant information. Basically what we do is we use that to track like hit points or temporary hit points, and you'll edit your hit points on your character sheet as you're getting a beat down. So yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of like token settings you can do. And then there's the circles below is the color of it, or like conditions. You can put a poison condition. You can use the different icons for different stuff. So yeah, like I just X my dude out in the left there. He's dead, right? Quote unquote. And I've saw my guy by the circles there. And then like I can click this guy and put a radius on him. So I'll have like a 20-foot radius circle in, we'll do green. I think that's green. Green. Safe. See, now this guy's, he's got a plague aura around him. Oh, he just moved the plague aura over and now you're in range. That's an awesome movement there. Anyway, you see my point about the circles? So if you had like, I have an aura of protection or whatever, right? This guy can do that.
I can't see the aura. Oh, thank you, Ben.
Not aggravating at all.
I don't know what it looks like because mine guy just teleports.
It draws lines all over the screen.
Oh, you guys can like see my lines?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh wow. Okay. Holy smokes, that's really bad. Yeah, and I did 700 of them, 700 feet. Wow.
Anyway, there you go.
There's a lot of stuff to fill in here. Like for the features, should I just copy and paste all the stuff that's in here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's an initiative tracker on here that I have no idea how to run, and we'll end up doing that at some point.
It says I have like 4.19 initiative. I don't know how that
Yeah, so
calculated, but
click on your character. Someone click on their character, like their token, and then go into your character sheet and roll initiative and see what happens. So you have to make sure, like, you got Vexus. You click on Vexus, like as if you could move the token, then ignore it. Go to your character sheet, and under your character sheet for Vexus, I'm not sure how to. Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to pop your character sheet out with those 2 square boxes I told you about, and you have it as a separate side thing. Anyway, it doesn't. I don't know how to use the initiative table, so we'll get to that later. We'll roll initiative. We'll just keep track manually for now, for what it's worth.
Graham, are you done your character?
Me?
Graham.
Oh.
Uh,
I take that as a no.
yeah. Well, like, so what? I just go in the character sheet and then I just copy paste or something.
Essentially.
Oh, there's Ben School phoning to rat him out. Hey Ben, how about you get to school on time next time, eh?
Fair.
Oh, turn order. There we go. Okay, just figured this out. Turn order. So I wonder if I can take your characters and just like put them on turn order. Ooh, there we go. Okay, everyone roll initiative. Click your character, roll your initiative. Vexus is in here.
Like in the character sheet, you just press the initiative thing. It's a button.
Correct. Because I've got Nate and Kuroi on there.
Wait, how do I do this?
Nathan rolled again. Wait, did you roll a nat 20?
So if you highlight over his thing, he rolled a 10. Yeah, so the green is a natural 20, and the red will be an auto fail, like it's usually a botch. So it'll tell you what you rolled. And the 12, just so you know what the 1.2 is, that's your dex. And dex is the determiner for, that's why it's shown like that, 21.12 in Nate's case, is 1.2 is his dex. And so dexterity always determines a tie, and then after that, automatically, and I just have it shown automatically. And after that, automatically, I go in there. So then I can modify, I think somehow. Oh, I can right here. So I can take Jacob's roll and I can put him down to, where's Uglet? I guess I'm going to pick on Uglet.
I rolled a 14.
Okay, so there's, you didn't roll a 14, now you rolled a 2, a 3.
Wait, check the chat. Wait, I already rolled mine?
No, Uglet. See,
Oh.
Uglet just got his initiative downgraded, even though he rolled higher.
I rolled mine.
Check the chat. How do I roll my initiative? I just rolled the dice. Nothing happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I did see it. Yeah, okay. Okay.
There you go. It's better than Uglet after his -10 downgrade that he took for being ugly.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So anyway, there's initiative, and then essentially I can move the initiative order. Go Uglet's turn. Uglet starts combat, even though we're going to go lowest to highest, not highest to lowest in this combat. And then I can drag people. So I could, for instance, drag somebody up, like say Uglet delays, and then he delays again, and he delays again. You know, whatever, right? I can do stuff like that in the initiative order. Cool. So there we go. Turn order. What's the setting say? Descending, ascending. Yeah. Add custom label. I added a custom label somewhere. I don't know where it appeared.
The bottom.
Oh, here we go. He who goes first dies first. 0. Awesome.
Oh,
Where do I put how much it weighs? Item in my equipment.
it automatically calculates it. As long as it's a base item. My stuff weighs 113. Oh yeah, fair enough. Your body weight?
Your strength, it's based on your strength. Your raw strength stat. Yeah, and your gear.
So who's going first with their background? I'll Oh yeah, right.
I'm not sure how to add my city guard to icon to the initiative thing. Anyway, what did he get? Okay. Yeah, cool. So there's the basics of how this kind of works. And then I can do things like, let me just see how to do this. I'm going to show you a picture. You come across a very scary creature. Turn, copy, paste.
Sorry, how are we doing like unarmed combat? Like, we just want to throw a punch at somebody. Is that could just be like straight 24? Okay. Okay. I want to start a bar fight immediately. Start another murder spree.
How much XP
They
for
looked at you.
tavern crawlers?
I'm doing milestones. Yeah. Isn't that better?
Children.
Are you talking about the first time we played or the last time? Because the first time we played, you guys tried to just do full genocide. So you went after children which were worth 1 and adults that were worth 2. Well, fair enough. We have a decent DM this time. Not that jackass from before.
Who?
Talking about himself.
I don't know. I just heard not that jackass from earlier. I was putting away my salsa dish.
Oh, that jackass. It's like Jacob or something.
Ah,
Fuck that guy.
are you ugly now?
Did you guys see this?
I've always been ugly.
Yeah, so exactly how do I finish this?
It is finished.
What? Oh, man.
Top right of the character sheet.
I'm pretty sure you fucked up.
I think I did my
Alright,
equipment
shoot,
wrong.
do that.
Since I'm way over carrying capacity.
Character sheet.
No, I
Can't edit
haven't done
right
that.
now?
And you also
Oh. Somebody not able to edit their character?
Chicken
What?
what?
What's his character's name?
Sova.
Graham's able to edit. right in there. He's had this character for like 2 hours. How do we not know he can't edit now?
He can, but he didn't do his points
How do I do that?
or starting equipment. I don't think.
Oh, that's it. Oh, yeah. Good enough. Why not? Hit save.
It's weird that I'm not able to.
Okay.
You did a great job, man.
Thank you.
Everybody's
Is
proud
there
of you.
anything? Oh wow, thanks. Anything else I have to do?
Starting equipment.
I'll buy the books, Nate. Before we play next, don't get too hard into this because we're really we're going to talk about your characters. We're going to talk about the background, the city, set the stage for the campaign, and then probably just call it. And then I'll buy the books. And then honestly, what I'll do is, because it's not a big deal for me, not on a game night, on a, like a just whatever, Monday next week or tomorrow night for all I care. I'll buy the books. I'll make it. I can only share the books with 5 people, mind you. So that's another issue there. Got to think about that for a sec. But anyway, I'll buy a couple of books. I'll throw it on here, and then all your feats and all your stuff should be there. Your spells should all be automatically there. And if that makes it better, right? And then yeah, then you guys can kind of do it then, if that makes sense. And I'll just leave the server up for you guys to mess around with. So, or we could reset now. I could buy the books right now, and we could try for what it's worth. Up to you. But I think I have to shut it down, and by then I'll probably be able to fix the voice chat.
I'm fine with either. Jacob, what say thee?
I have not been paying attention.
Okay, this is the first creature you guys fight. It's a accurate size. Roll for initiative. No, I'm just kidding.
You guys did all your like proficiencies and custom skills and stuff too.
Let me shut it down. Give me 2 minutes. We're all sitting here anyway, but I'm just gonna shut the server down. You might have to rejoin, but you guys have all got it saved because you've all been invited now. So let's just do
Wait,
this.
what about all my equipment? Oh, I got to redo that.
Exit game. So you guys should be able to join and sit in there anytime. I don't think I actually have to be up. So now under here, marketplace.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay.
There's a giant
Player
rock.
bundle. Player bundle. 15% off. Buy now.
Nathan, you're a gelatinous cube. Fuck you, Nathan.
I'll film.
We need a third. Oh shit.
I just clicked on my character. I'm dead now.
Didn't take long, eh? First death.
Sacrifice ugly to the zombie beholder. Little chew toy.
Okay, so Nate, I bought Player's Handbook, Xanthar's Guide to Everything, Tasha's Cauldron to Everything. So I'm not sure how to Tags, edit.
How do I move? Like where
Okay.
it shows the arrow and everything.
Now see if you can find this stuff in your character
Okay.
sheets.
I figured out how you ping. You have to click and hold.
Oh,
No problem.
Did you get access to my books, Renee? Oh, maybe because I bought.
holy shit. What the fuck?
Right.
Wait, how do you ping? Control, right?
Shift. It's just left click, left and hold,
Oh,
left
okay.
click, hold. Okay. Well, I can get a character edited. Character sheet. You have 10 strength, 12 dexterity, 10 constitution, 16 intelligence, 13 wisdom, and 14 charisma. Yeah, so your character sheet's not white, as far as I can tell. Yeah, why don't you guys exit? Everyone exit the server. Everyone exit the server and join back, and then see if your character sheets are updated. They're just kicking all. How do I kick you guys? Can I kick you?
I
Ban.
also left.
I'm just there's no ban option. That's the problem. Actually, if we had a bad person join, I don't even know how I could kick them. To be honest with you.
Lord Swindleton.
Dice options, keyboard shortcuts, miscellaneous, graphics.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julian.
That's
bait your
foreshadowing.
teammates.
At work, by the way.
So what's supposed to be possibly working? All of our stuff's gonna be filled out already.
So if you add equipment and stuff, is that available now? Let me try. Let me try. I can see the book. I actually have it all digitally. Next page and everything, and all searchable and everything. Games, my games. Oh, here we go.
For me, the weight didn't auto. I had to like place everything in each slot. And my weight was wrong too, because my thing says I have 10 torches, and that's all worth 10 pounds. But then it calculated it as like each of them are 10 pounds.
Are you doing it
I
on
don't have
D&D
my.
Beyond?
This is my fault. I did the setting. I didn't say share my compendium with players. Compendium sharing slot.
I did it
available.
in the game. Isn't that where we're doing it? My items? Yeah.
So it says I'm sharing my compendium with players now. So try again. I'm just saying, like, to see if you can add an item like a long sword, or you know what I mean, like try.
Okay. Yeah, I never did. I had to actually put in the weight and or like, yeah, every single item. Well, you didn't have to do this?
Yeah, see, look on my thing. It says on compendium selection, it says available and you own will be shared with other players. So it's shared. My player's handbook shared, my Tashes is shared, and my Xanthars is shared. And I've saved the compendium settings, and it's being shared with this game now. So this should be now officially here for you. Let's public access game now. So games.
Is it because it did ask me if I wanted to do the character something or manual?
Let's try.
No. I didn't know which like what.
I did that as well.
Julian, that's sus.
How do I? Can I just like restart and do character master? Or whatever?
Yeah,
just
yeah.
wait 1 second. We're just gonna create a random dude. Just give me 2 seconds. We're just gonna try this out. It's gonna look like a skeleton. Open. I'm gonna assign it to Nathan just to see if it works. So just give me 2 seconds here. I'm gonna assign the skeleton to Nathan. His name is Krovi Wazgalu, and I'm gonna get it, and Nate's gonna get it, and then I'm gonna get it, and Nate's gonna get it, and we're gonna save changes. Okay, so you should be able to see it now. See if you can edit that guy and I don't know, make him a fighter or some shit, and see if the compendium stuff's added before we recreate characters. Okay, so I fucked up at the beginning, guys. My bad. I bought the books. Shit sandwich. Do you guys want to all create characters, or is it better? Is this
Yeah.
way better, Nate? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Learning experience.
You're all banned. So I'm gonna delete your. I'm gonna archive your current players just in case. Is that okay with you guys?
Yep.
Anyone objecting?
No.
I'm just covering it off. Archive, archive, archive,
That's rough.
archive, archive.
I can still
Archive.
see my character.
Add characters. Who's the slowest? Graham is the slowest, right? What was Graham's character's name?
Silva.
So took like 4 hours to add them. So we'll start. We will start
How do I
with
do it?
Silva.
Okay. No.
So this is Graham, right? Silva's Graham. And Dan and Graham. Okay. Save changes. Silva is created. Okay. So I'm gonna. Why is he not added under characters though? It's not added under characters. He's just above. Some issues. Add character. Okay, who's the next character? Who's the next person I'm adding?
Kelsier.
Sir, what's the name? Character name? Kelsier. Kelsier. 20 PC. Kelsier. And that, sorry, is what's the screen name? Amit? Amit? Yeah. Amatsume.
I thought I changed my name.
Okay. Kelsier is created.
Oh yeah.
Add character. So who's next? I'm gonna add Ben next. Ben. Add Ben Nuskus.
Character Mancer. And now I can just paste in my thing in here. Oh, I see. Okay. I still have to read everything. It's a lot better now.
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't know enough to know better front. So anyway, my bad. Add character. So who am I adding next? What's Jacob's character?
Uglit.
Uglit.
UGLIT. Look at him. Look at him. Halfling. He's 2'6".
It's just like real life. I am
Wait, actually?
fully aware of that. Yeah, I'm 5'7".
Jacob, right? Uglit's Jacob.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Oh, like IRL? Yeah.
He's 69 inches.
Uglik's created. Who's next?
I'm the last one, Nathan.
Is that Graham? Jeremy for Kuroi.
Okay, buddy. Do you value your spleen? Good.
Yeah.
Kuroi is added. And so this is Nathan's last now. Vexus. You guys have driven me to drink already. Save changes. Okay, everyone's characters are added, I think. Should be all good there. All right, there you go, guys. And I'll buy more books as we go, but you won't really need access to the DM book, I don't think, anyway. So, all right, cool. I'm AFK. Fix myself a drink. Everyone sorted for a couple minutes.
Yep.
All right, bring it back.
Yeah. Half elves. Yeah. Half elf.
So Nathan, you're telling me that you can be a human in game, but not in real life? Okay. It is.
Oh, ability score method. Reduce roll for stats point by custom. Oh, and I can just choose what I want. Yeah.
How do I do my equipment? Okay, scratch that.
Yes. I looked it up as well.
Yeah, torches, a rope.
That was easy.
Yeah, character done.
Either what feat did you choose?
Some great pegging.
And now we have to re-roll initiative, right? Or are we not re-rolling? Yeah. Yeah. Lucky. I picked lucky.
I just got kicked out of church because I yelled out, "Fuck the devil." I thought we hated this dude. No matter how fat and ugly the white woman, there's always a black man with no standards and a race fetish who will smash it. Nate, fucking, check Snapchat? Jews.
It's the chat.
Holy fuck. Check Snapchat again.
I'm gonna get a drink as well. I'll be right back.
Ooh, scimitars. Scimitar.
It's just eggs.
One's in the AFK chat.
Isn't it? It's the Dungeoneers pack that comes with all the torches and the rope and stuff, right?
What? Jacob, why do you roll for a scimitar?
Sorry, what?
What was that roll for a scimitar?
Oh no, I just accidentally clicked on I don't know what the fuck it was. Like I was trying to edit it. And I just accidentally clicked on it.
So, are you doing the childhood sweetheart background?
I wanted to pull the Ty Thompson, but you know, this is my first actual character that isn't Stanley Limpfeather. Yeah, surprisingly, even though I actually tried to kill him on multiple occasions. Well, if you guys breathed too fucking hard near him, I tipped him over and he banged his fucking head. And he still lived.
For really though, like, who do you think's gonna be the biggest fucking asshole to the rest of the party though? I think it's gonna be Graham, so I think he's gonna die first.
What the fuck?
Damn.
I wish nothing except pain upon you.
I think it's gonna be the fucking midget, the ooglet.
Ooglet?
Okay, how can you let that guy bully you? If he gets too close, you can kick him.
I will latch on.
Wait,
Yeah,
what's the weight?
2'6".
What's the weight?
39 pounds.
So
Oh,
is it Jeremy in real life?
you should shut up. You should have done like 124 pounds. Like you're just a dense ball of muscle. And what's the weight of your equipment again? What?
Yeah, I think my guy's done. Finally. Yeah. Well,
you guys do,
basically, we
like, a
didn't even need
backstory
to
yet?
do the D&D Beyond thing then.
Did you guys do a backstory yet?
Backstory.
We're just kind of leaving that blank for right now.
Should I move your dad back from AFK? One sec, be right back. Okay, I joined Bobath, said Among Us 5 times, and left. Wait. Does anyone else see this right here? These like this water fountain stuff? It looks like I hate you. Why do you
What is
still
that?
have that?
Wait,
Wait,
Also,
what the fuck is that?
do you,
Who is that? Wait, that's Jeremy?
do, do, do you do you see James McFadden in the background? Absolute unit. I also had a fucking tissue paper stuffing my fake titties. Oh,
I like
right
that
here,
top.
right here, right here. It looks like Among Us with long legs. Can you see this one? This lake right here? It looks like Nathan's spleen. I'm gonna take your spleen. Oh my gosh!
Oh. Right, how is it that you do that stuff?
I did a better
Oh.
Among Us. Look at this shit.
Oh. Oh.
I forgot the backpack. I'm a fucking failure. Do you know?
No, I was just trying to figure out how the fuck to do this.
How do I attack someone? Roll the d20. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I see it now. How do you just do that? How do you just roll? Hmm.
Bars?
Fudge. What's a fudge?
A wombat? You guys want to do a wombat?
Where are you? Okay. Oh, we start on the other side of the on the two sides of this water fountain. Wait, how do you even attack that? Where are the commands?
Wait, what are you guys doing?
We're fighting.
Wait, how?
Then it like you just
Okay.
click on the weapon?
Okay. Now what? I just type it in chat. How do you click attack?
Wait.
Oh, okay. Ooh. I got a 23. Now, how do I? Okay, now you fight. Can you like shrink the size of the giant icons of our names and stuff? I take it. That means I can swing at you. And I have advantage because you're last name. Like shrink the size. think you're talking in game as well.
Just mute him.
How do I do a saving throw?
So was 1 minute. Well, no, like, what are you guys doing? Like, is Julian waiting out the duration of your spell? Or something?
My wisdom is it's 10 plus 0. Yeah. Oh damn. Wait, what am I saving throw? Oh wait, it is plus 0 as well. Okay. So D20? Yeah. Okay. I will attack with my short sword.
So what is Nathan just
15,
done?
14, 8 piercing. Oh, okay. Wait, so it's a D20? A 3, okay. Okay. Until when? Until my next attack, or what? Okay. Wait, are you calling me a creature? You ward a creature? I'm a human. Mine at 14. Okay, mine is 14. So how much damage would that do? Okay. And now I have to roll a d20 again? Or when does your spell wear off? Okay. Okay. Now I have to roll d20? $15? Does that work? No. Oh wait, yeah, it has to be higher than 10, right? Now I can attack my short sword. I have 8 left now. And now I attack. Oh, another miss. Or is it 8 plus? Like, what do I add anything or no? Okay. So I got a really shitty roll. Now you're out of spell slots or what? Yeah. Ooh, 24 damage.
Can I fight one of you guys?
Wait, you're still alive. I haven't killed you yet.
You just killed him, didn't you?
Wait. Oh, because so I actually did 8 damage to it doubled. Or how much? It says 4 piercing, right? So it did 4 damage, right? But didn't you have like 5 health left?
So how do I fight you, Johnny? I can't see anything. What's going on? I just see it. Yeah, which is white. Okay, so I go to character sheet. Now what? Yeah.
I had 8 health. Yeah, 9.
13.
13? What the fuck?
What's AC? Oh, 14.
Wait, how does he have so much health? What are you playing as? I'm gonna die.
Oh wait, Graham, you're a human fighter?
I guess.
Are there? Can you guys
So
hear me?
now
Sorry. I got banned. Nathan banned me. He's mean. Okay, everyone's set up. We got characters all sorted. We've
Yep.
survived. Oh, sweet. Dueling in the town square. Sweet deal. Okay, so let's go through the group. Everyone's here? What, did he fail to save?
I do 6 damage to you, Graham.
Wait, so how do I know if you hit me?
I think so. I hit 15.
And then how do I take the damage? Like, do I just go to the sheet?
Yeah. On your character sheet. On your character sheet. And there is a way for me to set up hit points and health bars on these sheets. I was trying to figure it out earlier, but I think it's a setting I missed somewhere. But it should show your sheets. So, for instance, Calcer should say, 4 out of 12 hit points or whatever, right? And so, but I don't actually know how to do it here. But I'm going to ask my buddy Chris, so I'll figure that out before we get too crazy about it. Anyway, in large part, the character sheets are better now. That's easier, that setup.
Did I just do it? I have 8 out of 9 HP.
Yeah, just one shot you. 0 hit points though. He's got, how many hit points does he have? Yeah. Can we change our names to like, instead of Graham, can you change it to like the character?
Oh, it is. Oh, and I just okay, I see it. Okay, did I fix it?
Can you shrink
Yeah,
them? Make them a
I
little
have
smaller?
to figure that out as well. I'm working on it. Does that go better for everyone? Are the names disappearing? Okay, if you go to the bottom left of the names, there's a little, I don't know what you call it, cross. You click the cross in the bottom left corner, and they will shrink. Although it takes,
I'm back.
it doesn't go instantly. Like you have to keep clicking it sometimes. Anyway, all those names will collapse. And there's this icon setting where I can make these icons small. I just don't know how to do it.
Wait, you said they'll get smaller?
There's some settings somewhere that I've got that I can make them smaller. I just don't know where it is. Token marker position top.
Oh, okay. I made mine
Text
smaller.
size.
I just moved
You
mine
go
the
to settings and then audio video and then video display, and then you can change video player avatar to be small or to the player video avatar size.
Oh yeah, that's better. Movable avatar video screens, player video screens, bottom left. Okay. Okay, cool. There you go. Text chat options, dice options. Yeah, cool. Is that better? We're all good?
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys actually ready to start playing?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's start by just getting a base description, or what. Like, does everyone kind of have a thought process of what your character's background and story is? Has anyone kind of got
Yeah.
sort of a thought process?
Yeah. Anyone else?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay. And so I'll go through all the players by character name, and we'll kind of get a background from each guy. So let's start with, say, Sova. Tell me about your character?
So for this, I pretty much kind of did like random kind of stuff. So do I just go to the sheet, or do I just like come up?
I
with
just
the
mean like,
example?
who are you?
Oh,
Who was your dad? You know, my name's Sova. I grew up to be a blacksmith, and my dad was a blacksmith, and you know, made my first sword and went adventuring, and I always thought I'd like that better than working as a blacksmith.
Okay,
You know,
so that's
some story.
So Silva, I grew up in Greenland. Let's say that. Wait, can I say the like actual countries in D&D?
Okay, sure. There's a place called Greenland. It's some
Yeah.
faraway field of green fields.
Okay. Uh, I grew up in a tiny house in the middle of a forest, I guess. And I grew up practicing using a longsword or something.
Okay.
I'm bad at this, as you can see.
All right, it's no problem.
Uh,
Grew up in Greenland. What did you do as an occupation?
As
What
an
did your family do?
occupation.
Job.
Oh, maybe you should move on to someone else while I come up with this stuff.
I'm going to say a farmer because that's Greenland for you. You grew up as a
Okay.
farmer. And so this means that you'll have some understanding of, let's say, do you have any skills? What kind of skills do you got? You have like animal handling?
Like I look at the sheet for that, right? Religion, intimidation, insight. Yeah, no, I don't. I have.
Okay. You were a choir boy. Religion and intimidation. That sounds definitely like a choir boy. Had a career as a farmer, grew up as a choir boy.
Okay.
That's what you get. You don't have a good story. The GM fills it in for you. So there you are. Grew up in Greenland, had a career as a choir boy, and I'm going to put this on your character bio and info. Same notes that I've got, but there you go. I'll make other notes going on. So if you look at your character, if you click on your character right now, you'll have next to your character portrait under bio and info. Grew up in Greenland, had a career as a farmer, grew up as a choir boy. That's terrible English, but that's okay. And is your character so? What in town? Because nobody yet, because you're first level, so nobody really is an adventurer yet. So, what is your current occupation? I mean, if you own a sword and some armor, are you a guard or a bodyguard or
Yeah, bodyguard sounds good.
okay, bodyguard for hire? Okay. Also was a choir boy. Currently as a bodyguard for hire. Sweet deal. Okay. Who wants to volunteer to go next? Okay.
No, you go. You go.
Okay, Nate. You guys, the two of you together? Okay. Sit. You're a fix-it man. No, you're a fix-it man.
My go-to guy for things I need to get done. that
Yeah.
aren't yeah.
Okay, cool. And similarly, I've just saved that on Nathan's bio. Similarly, then Benicus, bio and info. You currently are a noble.
Mm-hmm.
A town comes from a family from early townsfolk families. Has a henchman.
I wouldn't say henchman. I say more of like a partnership.
Henchman. When you pay a guy like that to do that kind of work, that's a henchman.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So who we got? Kusa Kuroi.
So I grew up in a village full of other elves, and at a young age was invaded and vassalized by a larger country. And as a result, both my parents died, and I was forced into a military occupation as a scout, where I used the few skills that I had as a child, mainly just hunting with a bow and arrow, to serve as a scout. After I had paid off my debts to the country, I started working as a freelance mercenary.
On your release from servitude, left and has since operated as a mercenary. Cool. So let's go. Uglet.
Okay. So, coming from a very small town of Nidal, Uglet would often
Sorry,
spend his
Nidal?
days.
Nidal?
Sorry,
How does
Nidal, like
how does-
Nidi, or sorry, Nidel.
Okay.
He would often spend his early years harassing the villagers and just making general mischief. But eventually, he found a passion, which was painting. But he still has some anger management issues, and he loves to take them out on small children mainly.
Likes taking his issues out on small children.
Yeah, because they're about the same size as him. And so the village was located on, a pathway to, sorry, located on a path between like two kingdoms. So there would be a lot of carriage traffic. So a lot of nobles would pass through. If they did stop there for a snack or anything at like the local tavern, they would often leave a bad taste. No tip, nothing. And this led to Ugly's distaste for the nobility in the region. And he does believe that he should be in charge. He sees the wrong in the nobility, and he doesn't like that shit. He thinks he could do better. He knows he could do better. And then around the age of
Better than what? Like as in do better as in his behavior?
yeah, do better in behavior, just in general, like management of the whole noble system, like who should be a noble, whether there should be breadlines or not, like the normal stuff.
Okay, he knows. So Uglet believes he knows how to.
Be a noble better than nobles, basically.
Yeah, like be a kind noble, sort of.
Okay. So are you setting out to find a bride to marry yourself into nobility or become rich, or what's their motivation for your guy?
Uh, Sorry, I'm just reading like the personality trait thing. Yeah. So I just kind of want to go out, make a legacy for myself, and obviously one of the goals is get a nice tall woman that I can come home to every night. She needs to be at least 6'5", bare minimum. Yeah. I guess a little bit more of, like the backstory or whatever is around the age of 19, like he's 20. 19, he left the village to pursue his painting career, and found himself in a little bit of mischief. So he had to arm himself somehow. So he found a small gang of hooligans and started robbing people, mainly nobles. Lawful evil.
So I don't do evil typically in the campaign. You can switch it to lawful neutral because I don't want all your acts being evil all the time. This is not an evil campaign, so it doesn't mean you can't do a bad thing. But lawful evil people are completely amoral, so they'll sit there and. But it'd just be like, oh, I got paid more. I got paid more, so I left the party to die. Right?
Yeah.
It becomes non. But the problem with any evil character, like lawful evil specifically, it becomes non-conducive to play with anyone who chooses to be good. Right? It's just not. It literally limits out good party members because it's problematic, particularly anyone who would play a paladin or anything like that. So Uglit is just to talk about classes real quick. Uglit is a fighter.
Yes.
Vexus is a wizard. Kusa is an archer.
Ranger, yeah.
Ranger. Ben is a wizard. Okay. What about Kelsier? What's the story for Kelsier?
My guy was raised by the Church of Shar.
Church of Shar?
Yeah, it's like the worship the goddess of darkness and loss.
What's the alignment for your guy?
He's chaotic neutral.
Yeah. Darkness and loss? Is that what Shar is?
Yeah,
Cool. Yeah.
so I'm an acolyte, so
A practicing acolyte.
yeah, so I was an orphan, and then they took me in, and then I was raised to carry out certain deeds like as a spy, like infiltrating or sometimes assassinating.
As a spy or an assassin. So I said raised by the Church of Shar, the goddess of darkness and loss. A practicing acolyte who was an orphan, now raised to serve the temple as a spy or an assassin. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I get everyone?
I think so.
I believe so.
Perfect. Perfect. Do you guys want to play a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. So we are in the town of Lepidstad. Lepidstad is a major multi-race, really city, if you want to call it this for this era. And the reason it's a city is because it's the furthest inland that most ships can get because of the depth of the river. And so this is a major port city for all kinds of inland traffic. It's an old town. It's been here a long time. There's no reason why Ben and Vexus can't be from Lepidstad. That works for you guys.
Yep.
So I'm going to just edit your character sheets to state as much. As a noble of the town. I'm just going to put it right in there. Lepid, S-T-A-D-T. So Lepidstad's a large city, which has got some advantages. It has an old druidic circle on the edge of town. There's, like I said, a lot of deep historical roots. It's sort of a cross of multiple people. The nicest area in town, of course, the properties that are, the nicest sort of mansions to live are right around where the lake area is. And the main road into town actually it's got this beautiful natural springs with a giant fountain water right at the front of the town, as you can see as you enter the town. and then the other bridge that you guys are crossing actually heads to the east, and it goes out into a set of plains, and then there's a mountain range out there. Prior to the mountain range is forest, probably Kelsier comes from. Sorry, Kelsier is who's the elven here? It was
Oh, me.
Kuso. Sorry. Yeah, so probably that's where you come from, is that forested area originally with your people, maybe. There has been roving bands of slavers that have taken people further east, but as you move further west, the relative safety of the cities and stuff improved quite a bit. So this city would be considered, relatively speaking, on a large geographical map, very southerly. So like right on the southern coast, and so southwestern on the continent. Although most of you have never seen a world map, nor have ever really traveled, kind of any substantial distances. There are a number of smaller villages along the way here. Likely that's where Uglet comes from. Everybody that traveled through the little tiny town where Uglet's from probably were wealthy people, wealthy merchants headed here to Lepidstadt. So essentially, as far as Uglet's concerned, every person that you've disliked has always ended up here in some kind of business and flaunts their wealth. And there are areas of town that are premium areas. Again, the further south you get, and you can look at the southwestern corner of town, you can see there's a couple of temples out there. There's also some very large mansions as you get up this way. Again, most of the wealth is in that area. That area is more spread out. And the gates themselves have regular guards at them. Most of the guards, don't really stop anyone. The town does have some, basic rules about violence in the city. Drawing a weapon in town is a serious offense. It's often punishable by death if it results in the death of somebody else. So it's uncommon for I would say violence in town to escalate to the point of weapon use. Certainly there's some fisticuffs every once in a while, particularly taverns or whatever, and that's kind of tolerated. Typically the town guards show up, they thump everybody, and then they leave. Not a lot of guys get dragged off to jail unless the town guard's sick of seeing you. You just get, whoever wins the fight typically gets thumped by the town guards. That's typically how this plays out here. They don't really. It's a free trading port. They're not really keen on incarcerating people and feeding people. You gotta have kind of the worst of the worst. Most crime and punishment in town is dealt with almost on scene, like theft, for instance. They'll usually take a digit off one of your fingers. Kind of fairly corporal, but instantaneous consequences. There's not really for criminality a judicial system like you would see, but with the town guard travel priests, paladins. We'd see them as paladins. Typically, they're sort of judge, jury, and executioner. Unless it's involving the nobles. The nobles have their own council in town. They actually, in a lot of ways, speak to their own system of laws and rules. So, for instance, if Vexus was to get arrested for something, the consequences for him would be almost immediate and significant. Whereas if Ben got arrested for something, likely none of the town guard would deal with them, and it would be deferred to a nobles council. Most things that get to noble council, problems go away for some sort of monetary compensation. Often to the families, like if Ben got killing somebody, they'd be like, okay, for 200 gold punishment or whatever, and don't do it again, kind of a thing. It's two-tier system, as was common back in this time frame. So just to kind of give you a sense of the town, it's relatively speaking a safer town. There's a bunch of druids and rangers that live on the northwestern portion of town, closer to the druid circle. Probably That Druid Circle is it's got its own temple. They worship nature over there. Probably if anyone's a ranger, they probably would know people involved in that group. They're quite significant. Vexus has had some run-ins actually with there is a thieves guild in town, but they run things pretty tight and clean. And as Ben's aware, and maybe even involved in, quite frankly, the thieves guild basically doesn't really mess with the nobles too much. There's certain rules that they play by. It's a separate set of rules, and there's kind of hands-on things and hands-off things. So again, there's the ruling class, there's the merchant class, there's the what I would call lesser middle class, commoner middle class, and then there's the poor. Yeah, yeah. So and yeah, again, magic is allowed. Right in the center of the city actually is the Magician's Guild. So that large building with the spire in it, right here. Actually, if you can see it, this building. Yeah. It's a large tower there and a spire and a front courtyard. The Magician's Guild is very recluse. They keep very much to themselves. They operate everything via payment services. There's I would describe them as fairly self-reliant, self-deterministic. They have no interest in the politics. They have no interest in a number of other factors. They kind of just they do their own thing. And if you want a service, you can pay them for it. And that's kind of how their mindset is. I would call them very amoral and neutral about that. So yeah, if you kind of go around town, this is the main entry. Most of the traffic goes north-south, so they come in through these gates. This is really the danger zone. This is another gate, and this river does travel up quite a distance, and this is the only bridge for numerous miles. Carts and stuff like that cross here. There is during certain seasons further up, opportunities as the river thins out. We're talking like days and days and days north of here, places that you could travel across the river on foot. It's 2 or 3 feet deep. Maybe not everyone in the party could travel across there, but most of the party could. Yeah, and and so obviously Druid Circle right here, and the main temple in town's right here. I actually don't know. I do have the deity written here. I have to go back on my email. Anyway, I'll tell you guys the deity afterwards. I forgot because I did a bunch of deity research on this, based on a singular. Anyway, we'll come back to this. But there's a major temple in town, but there's numerous other smaller temples. Like I said, majority of traffic comes in here. This is all a big giant spectacle to make sure everyone understands the primary town wealth. And then as you travel down here, and most of this center area is a lot of merchants and a lot of business done in these areas. This is sort of the business, this circle is sort of the business center. This area here by the temple is a much wealthier area. There's a monastery down here, but a lot of these houses along this area are extremely wealthy, people with large lots. This is the Slumville. All this area over here is Slumville. This is city hall, guard barracks, etc. that separates the Slumville from the Niceville. There are some nicer places. I consider this more sort of merchant class living. And as you move out towards here, it's more dilapidated shacks, again, on the outer fringes of town. There's sort of less wealth, but it's often nomadic, druidic type people. So, and then of course the docks, as you guys can see, quite a bit of trade comes in through here. Again, the Thieves Guild actually has quite a bit of involvement at the docks. Ben would know about this, so it kind of gives you a sense of, there's certain orders. So a lot of these, what we would see today as unions. Back then they were called guilds. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the term anyway. But so there is a merchants guild. Merchant guild runs the docks, but the Thieves Guild has some understandings there with regards to how much they mess with them. Although there's always a little side hustle for these guys, right? So yeah, there's a description of the city. That's Lepidstad for you, and like I said, it's in a relatively safe area. Short of the occasional wild animal and stuff, you're basically safe to travel within days of here, just about any direction. There's not really any daily threats. There's not yeah, there's not really anything that goes on that's dangerous. That's the best way to put it. So there's farmers' fields. There's actually quite a bit of resources in the outlying lands that service the city. So this would be a fairly prosperous, wealthy city by all measures. Anyone who's ever traveled outside of this city would know, this is basically the hub of the free world. The other thing too is a lot of races mingle here, which is fairly uncommon. Most towns or villages you go to are predominantly singular race driven. So I mean, I'll give you an example of that. The village he comes from is predominantly halflings. Not everyone is, but predominantly, and their only outside income is from travelers that are moving through town, stop at the inn or rest for a day, and then move on, right? So they don't, they themselves are a little bit self-sufficient, but that's their only real income, right? And then same sort of thing back to Kusa, with your experiences in the forest. Most of the wood elves are actually quite nomadic and fairly micro-tribal. Meaning, there's everyone's related to everyone, and you can know somebody's name, and by their last name, you'll know kind of what clan they would associate with. I'm not sure how familiar you are, say, with Scotland, but it would be very, in thinking, very Scottish-esque, right? It's families, right? A lot of the elven relationships are based on you're from this clan or that clan, effectively.
Okay.
Quite tribal in thinking, not giant cities, not that sort of stuff, especially wood elf. So you wood elf specifically?
Yeah.
Kusa? Yeah. So it's all small groups, and they all get along. They're all, they're squabbled back and forth between the clans, but in large part, there's no major cities. There's no, like, if someone invaded the forests, maybe some clans would band together to rise up, but other clans would be like, well, it's not my area of the forest. You know what I mean? That's kind of tribal thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So kind of gives you a sense of that as a background. Yeah. So Church of Shar, there will be a church. I haven't figured out where I'll put that because that's new information for me. But there will be a Temple of Shar in town for Kelsier. So we'll figure out. I'm just looking for like a nice round building, a smaller round building, because it's not a major. That's too big. Yeah, small round building. I'll find something. We'll figure it out. But there's a Church of Shar in town. And I actually like the idea of darkness and lost. I'm kind of trying to find something along one of the gates or one of the walls, because it's in the shadow of the wall.
Maybe something like that or that.
Sorry, ping it again.
Like down here in that small area.
Oh, I probably scrolled up too far. Click one more time for me. Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Like
More
down
in
in
that,
the slums.
like down in this area, or maybe this last building here, we'll say. Even though it looks like a house, but we'll call it that because it's in a dark kind of corner. So sure, we'll label that as the Church of Shar. Edit. Can I edit this? Can I edit this? I cannot. Can I can draw a circle. I can freehand text. Okay, let's try this. See if we can do this. You see it? Cool. There's your Church of Shar. Yeah, and actually they do. They do some good. There's not like darkness and whatnot, but a lot of anyone that the Thieves Guild, again, you provide services to people who do operate in the shadows, right? And a lot of them count on that for the only kind of services they can get. So yeah. So we're just gonna go through this. So Sova, you came into town. There's, again, because of the relative safety of town, this is not a great place for you. You're looking for work. And quite honestly, the only real work that's kind of in your skill set you got is either leaving town and traveling with merchants on road trips, for obviously longer road trips, or you've come back into town and kind of your go-to backup job actually is operating for the town guard briefly every once in a while. Is that cool with you, Sova? Is that something you do?
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like your backup job when you're in town is you'll pull a couple shifts and work with the town guard, and they know you come and go. Occasionally. I'm just going to add it to your character portrait or character background. Occasionally works for the town guard. So you actually have a fairly decent reputation with the town guard. Most of what their stuff is like there's some tax collection at the gates for goods that come in. That's really the biggest issue that the town guard are there for. Is goods are taxed when they enter the town or leave, and there's a lot of tax evasion efforts. That's the best way to put it. So a lot of guys, the docks are heavily guarded that regard, but guarded is a great term, and so I mean you know probably more than the average person knows what that really means. There's all kinds of behavior that goes on that you're just like, I'm not paid to deal with that, but you are paid to make sure you collect the taxes on behalf of the town, if that makes sense, right? And so you're less concerned about someone who just picked someone's pocket and fucked off, and way more concerned about making sure that ship comes in and everything that's on the roster matches on the roster, right? And so this is not a particularly appealing job, which is why honestly, you do a fair bit of traveling, and this is not your go-to. But if you're in town for a few days, you'll pull a few shifts, and the guys know you. You do have a bed at the barracks, which is probably the biggest benefit to you, is that you get accommodation. You pay for your own food, but you can hole up at the barracks, and you can actually leave stuff in your barracks chest. Come and go, and in large part, it doesn't get touched in the guard barracks, so you don't get robbed, which is kind of nice. So, and I'm gonna make so this is guard barracks. Yeah, no, it's City Hall. That one. Yeah, there's City Hall. I should have described that better. Oh, it's locked in now. Yeah. Okay. City Hall has. I didn't mean guard barracks. I meant basically the police station. I wouldn't really describe it as. I'm trying to think of a better word for it, but yeah.
Outpost.
Yeah, it's not outpost. It's where you wouldn't go to the guard barracks to make a complaint. Let's put it that way. You would go to the City Hall. Yeah. Yeah. I can't move the text. I'll figure out how to do this afterwards. Yeah. Here we go. Snaps to grid. It does snap to grid. Okay, that's why I'm having more contact. No snapping. Thank you. Sweet deal. Let's try this now. Nope. Nope. Okay, well, whatever. Close enough. Yeah, so there's your town. So any kind of interests or any kind of things anyone specifically needs to set out to do or has a specific interest before I start sucking you guys into the rest of the story? Any tasks to take care of?
Nope, I don't think so.
Not particularly.
Boring.
Finding jobs.
Yeah. How much money? It's just kind of curiosity. Did everyone kind of like? Did everyone pick the equipment list and then has cash?
Nope.
We have no gold, I think.
I have 15 gold.
I have 10.
Where do you guys see your gold? I'm on that. I don't know.
Right above your items.
Okay, I have 25.
You're noble.
Oh,
What? That's too much
damn.
gold.
That's a lot of gold.
Crazy. Yeah. Ben, why don't you pick a nice house in the area there? Can you throw a little? Are you allowed to throw a label on the map?
Can I? Okay. How do I throw a label on the map? Okay. Oh. Nothing. Okay, okay. I will pick this house, sure. Yeah.
Has a heartbeat.
Sorry, I missed the ping. Which house did he pick? Someone pick the house for me.
That one.
Holy smokes,
The biggest
Benxile.
house.
No.
No?
These are one of these smaller ones. Like some of this, like it's still a mansion, but it's not the biggest mansion. Come on,
All
settle
right,
down.
this one right here.
Right.
You
So
select it and drag.
yeah, once you finish typing the words in,
This
yeah,
one
then
right
you
here.
drag it with
This
the
little
mouse
black
button.
one in the corner, right next to the road.
So one thing to notice, just for Ben's benefit, um, being a noble, essentially the way this works in town is nobles investigate other nobles, right? And so they won't send a non-noble. More importantly, actually, it's incumbent upon a noble to note or hold accountable a fellow noble who's up to shenanigans. So it's not, and quite honestly, there's a bunch of politicking that goes on in the background. Okay, and so the way that this works is, if you know a guy, for instance, has been smuggling stuff through Eastgate, and you know that belongs to the Smith family, for the sake of argument. Okay, um, you'll make sure there's some extra staff. You'll go to the guards or you'll go to your contacts and they'll go to the guards and they'll be like, hey, just check for some extra shipments today through the East Gate, right? And make sure nothing, you'll send an extra guy there to watch so the taxes get collected or whatever. Now, it's not the same as like, this is not an overt action as much as it's a subversive action. So you would never go after the Smith family directly. You'd never like accuse them in any kind of open way, but you would absolutely cost them money if you could, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So rather than like outing them, for instance, you'd go to Vexus and say, hey, just keep an eye on the guards at the gate here, and let's see which guards let the shipments through for the Smiths, right? And then Vexus would sit there and spy on them all day, and he'd be like, oh yeah, I watched the same guard take bribes from all of the all of the alcohol that got brought in from outside of town through the East Gate, right? And then you'd be like, okay, and the guy which family benefits the most from that, right?
Yeah.
And so then you'll put a thing and say, hey, yeah, just make sure, like you'll make a comment, and it'll go down to the guards to double check that there's extra attention paid to the tax collection of alcohol through Eastgate suddenly for a day, and then suddenly the Smith family will end up paying taxes and all the stuff that they've actually been trying to smuggle through Eastgate by bribing a guard, right? So that's the way this goes on, right? And you'd never accuse them of doing anything wrong, but you absolutely would have extra guards put on Eastgate specifically targeting shipments of cloth if you wanted to go after one family, or alcohol if you wanted to go after another, right?
Okay.
And that's fairly common. This sort of tit for tat, sting each other in the wallet's fairly common. You still live in so you don't own the mansion you live in. You live there with family. It's a large enough mansion that you have uncles and aunts and how old's your character? 20s?
18.
Okay. So you still live there with family. Your family owns the house. It's a family property. Your father's brother lives there. Your mom, your aunt, right? It's it's a compound basically, right? It's a sizable family compound.
Okay.
And so it's not a bad property. And you come and go, and you have your own business dealings. What kind of business do you think your family would be involved in to be fairly well off? Like, what's your primary business trade?
I think they'd be into like knowledge or something like that, like into like books and like research and history kind of thing.
Okay, lore masters. That's a family of lore masters. Okay, that's not really, so that's interesting. That is an interesting idea.
Not good.
It's not, well, no, it's not as transactable unless you wanted to tie that into the Mages Guild, which I would imagine maybe you're a younger member of, possibly.
Okay, sure.
Is that cool with you guys? Because it's a minor pivot kind of on the thought process, but there is a Mages Guild. You're a mage, correct?
Yeah.
And you want to be responsible for knowledge. So maybe you're working your way up in the political ladder of the Mages Guild, which is, I mean, they peddle in knowledge. And again, they're fairly merchant-minded when it comes to their skill sets. So
Okay.
does that work for you,
Yep.
Nate? That work for you? Yeah. So Nathan's done a bunch of Nathan's done a bunch of Mage Guild operations. You'll find out about something and you say, "Oh, don't worry, I'll take care of that," and then it finds a way of taking care of itself suddenly. And predominantly that's because Vexus steps in for you, and sort of sorts some of these sorts of things out. Anyway, Uglet, you're in town, skulking around, up to obviously no good. What kind of things keep you busy when you're in town typically?
Oh, I'm just looking at some of the sites, trying to see if I could get some inspiration for my next painting.
Okay. So when you say sites in general, the sort of the main things to see in town, the water fountain at the front entry there is pretty spectacular, quite honestly. There's a beautiful sort of scenic lake view in town if you want to go. The Mage Spire is pretty spectacular. There is the Druid Circle, as far as like sites, or the Riverview. Those are probably your main kind of sites, if you want to call it. Which one of those are you mostly interested in?
Probably the fountain.
Okay, so you're at the front entry of town. If I'll just move your character over there. You're kind of in this area, checking out the fountain. You're seeing people come and go. And you've got some history. Like you said that your town was right on the roadway to the city, and so you've seen a whole bunch of nobles come and go, and dealt with all kinds of rude, obnoxious people over the years. And sure enough, while you're at the front area, checking out the sites, getting some inspiration, you see a noble caravan carriage come into town, and you recognize the carriage as a particular piece of work that, quite honestly, stiffed you on a bill. Never mind, even was rude to you. They actually stiffed you on the bill. So your family on the bill. So you see them come through. Do you have any interest in doing anything about it, or you just kind of let it go?
I'll just give him like a mean look, but that I won't try to interact.
All right. So the horses don't notice your mean look as they trot past you in the carriage, and certainly the nobles, you're well beneath them to even bother looking at you. But you definitely glare at the carriage, and it goes by. So yeah, that's okay. And you think if I was only larger, they probably would have noticed me. But you basically you went unnoticed. You feel very unnoticed. Okay. Yeah, so you get some pretty good inspiration. The fountain's pretty spectacular. Again, it's interesting because this is an area where there's no pumps and there is a fountain here. So there's some sort of natural spring, or there's some mechanism that causes the spring to pump water. Do you have any skills on your character that would give you any kind of information? What kind of skills you got? What's your character skills?
Uh, like what I'm proficient in, or
Yeah, anything you're allowed to legally roll, but anything you're proficient in would be great.
skills I'm proficient in are animal handling, intimidation, persuasion, and survival.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell just survival, just it's enough points there that you get a sense that there's some sort of underground water pressure that forces this fountain to work. It's fairly unique, but beyond that, basically you figure, yeah, if you swam down towards that, you probably would never find the bottom of the water and drown. That's what your survival tells you. So don't crawl in there.
I might want to go against my instincts here.
Yeah, and drown yourself.
Yeah, this seems like a fitting end.
Yeah, that's all right. You can go right ahead if you want to drown yourself. Like I got contingency plans for everything. Kelsier, what are you up to when you're in town here? You're working at the church of Shar, typically?
Yeah, so like I guess trying to convert people, probably convert the poor because they're easier to convert.
Yeah, they don't really have you on the conversion tasks. You went there with the idea to convert stuff, and they're just like, no, we need someone to go and run and do this and run and do that. And they effectively a lot of your time, they treat you like a bit of an errand boy. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Periodically, just as a curiosity, you are transporting, offerings, I'll call it, to the church. There's a few times where you're trusted with a bit of extra silver and gold and copper pieces. Often it's copper pieces, quite honestly. And you'll see people every once in a while be like, "Oh, go see this guy, go that guy," and they'll reach into their pouch and just hand you a handful of copper. So you've had a few opportunities, if you so choose, to ingratiate yourself. Is that something that you don't mind grabbing a few extra coins for yourself every once in a while, or what do you end up doing about that?
I might hold on to a few of those coins.
You might have. So in percentage, what kind of percentage do you, like you kind of take yourself 10% off the top type of deal, or half, or what's fair to you?
Like 10%.
All right. So you can actually add a total of 2.5 gold pieces to your character sheet for ingratiating yourself. As you're a bit of running around. You also get to know, there's a couple other rogues in town. You've seen a few of the guys. You know that they're basically part of the Rogues Guild, although you're not part of the Rogues Guild. But they know you enough to know that you work on behalf of the temple, and so you know, yeah. You see them, and when you see them in the regular streets, when you're not on a specific mission, you pay no mind to each other. But you would recognize probably a number of the people in the Rogues Guild in town, if needed. And I wouldn't call it quite on a first name basis, but you're on enough of a basis they understand who you are and who you're an agent for, and equally you understand who they are and who they're an agent for. Okay.
Okay.
So there's some, when it comes to rogues in town, just for what it's worth on your character will get a minor bonus when it comes to the town. Probably I'll give you like a +2 circumstantial bonus when you're dealing with rogues in town, because you're generally viewed with some favor, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Right? You've got a little bit of a relationship there. I'm just going to make a note on the GM notes about that actually. +2 bonus when dealing with Thieves Guild in town. Circumstance. Oh, sweet. Perfect.
Just because I
Okay.
feel like being an asshole, guard is misspelled.
On where?
Guard. It's GAURD, I think.
No, it's you, ARD.
He's in university, right?
Oh wait. No, I'm a dumbass.
Oh, is he?
No, I'm not. I'm graduated.
Go to barracks.
I'm not in university. It does not sound like the U should go before the A. That's all I'm
So,
saying.
Sova, similarly, you're a guard, and so you frequently get the opportunity for people to say, especially because again, your focus is tax collection. There's only 4 crates, and you see that there's 6 or 5, right? And then they hand you a couple extra gold pieces or whatever. Is that something that these guys, they'll be like, oh, I think it was 4, and then he'll have some paperwork that he's handing you showing 4, and inside of that's a gold piece or something. Do you ever accept that kind of stuff, or do you stay away from that, or what's your thought process?
Since I am chaotic good, does that mean I have to pretty much do good things every time?
No. So just talk about alignment. There is law, neutral, chaos. So laws follow the law. Chaos is your character likely would not be the law matters less to you. It actually doesn't matter at all. There's sort of 2 ways to play a chaotic good character. One is your personal morals and ethics are far more important to you than what a piece of paper says, right?
Okay.
And the second one, so that, like for instance, I'll give you an example. Uh, there are people who follow a code of conduct regardless of the outcome in society or how they're viewed. In some cases, they actually view themselves as a necessary evil, right? So your character is not opposed to taking something for themselves as long as you view the injury to society as not being personal and direct. So you wouldn't harm a person, but we feel less so about entities. So, for instance, the city, giant, large, faceless entity that lets people starve or whatever, you might view it. I'm not saying you would, but it would be reasonable for a character who's chaotic good to help themselves to a couple gold pieces and then quote unquote offset the bad karma that they think that would be by giving a few gold pieces to a church or whatever. I'm not saying a church, but you buy a homeless guy a meal, right?
Okay, I get it. Then I would take the money, I guess.
You can roll on the character thing 2d6.
2d6. Top left.
You can also just type in rolling. You can just type it in the chat, like
You can type in /R and you can type it out and then R space 2d6. But there's a dice on the left on the buttons. It's easier to figure that out. Then
Did I do it?
yeah, there you go. You roll a 4. So you got 4 gold pieces from doing that. So as 4 bonus gold pieces. And again, your current occupation essentially, and you have to work enough shifts to cover this, but that you have a bunk and it's your bottom bunk in a barracks. So you can add that to your character sheet. So a couple extra G's. Okay. So anyway, Vexus, Ben hasn't had any extra tasks for you for the last little bit, so you've had some free time. What kind of stuff do you get up to in your spare time? All right. Interesting enough, there's been a fair bit of I wouldn't say unusual, but I would say heavier traffic in the last couple of days. A few other guys have come in from outside of town. It's actually quite common for people who are members of the Mage Guild, pay Mage Guild fees, but don't live in the city. They come in, they study for a period, they leave, right? And there's one particular mage that comes in. You've seen him before. You know he's quite knowledgeable and experienced, and he does adventuring. Yeah, he comes in fairly frequently, and this particular day, you see him loading into the Mage Guild, and he's got a bag. You know that his bag's got the size of the bag is it's small, but he can pull way more items out of it than the size of the bag physically. So you've seen him go rifling in there. And on this particular day, he comes in, and he's got 2 pack mules behind him, loaded, and he's got all kinds of books and scrolls and documents that he's turning in. And he sees you, you see him, but he looks like he's loaded for bear. It looks like essentially he's like geared up for something. These you've never seen him with pack mules. They're tied up briefly, and he looks like he's in a bit of a hurry and kind of scrambling. Anyway, you guys catch each other's eye, and then he carries on about his business, and he's trading for some specific scrolls. I mean, again, you observe that going on, but yeah, was anything specific that you were you do, or just kind of let it go, or kind of snoop into his business, or what's your thought process? What do you mean by carry on? What's carry on? Yeah. So you're just kind of keeping an eye on his pack mule, basically?
Sure.
All right. So you're just kind of hanging around outside. You can see his pack mules are all tied up there. And there's some curiosity paid to that because there's a courtyard. If you look actually on the map and we zoom in right down to the Mage Guild, you'll see this kind of like that little entryway, but it actually opens up into an interior courtyard. People actually will walk their animals right in there, and they don't go up the spire quite frequently. This lower area is the Mage's Bazaar, which is, first off, to be let in, typically you have to be a guild member or with a guild member. You don't have to be a guild member, but a guild member has to let you in, right? Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. But you can see like the circular piece is a spire, right? This is a tower, but in front of it, there's a little entry on the side here. And so like people will come in there, and then this bottom area is quote unquote the Mage's Bazaar. And there's different merchants, different people trading, and there's kind of a little bit of a courtyard, and the bazaar is kind of around the outside. It's all covered, it's inside, but around the outer edges of the Mage's Bazaar is typically where people set up, and then in the middle there's more of an open courtyard space. So it's busy. There's quite a bit of traffic, foot traffic, people coming and going. Like I said, it was busier than usual. Does your character? I don't know why your character sheet shows up white for me. Odd. I can't actually look at your character sheet. Yeah, interesting. Does your character? What is the? So normally in 3.5 there'd be a perception roll I'm looking for. Is there perception in this? Yeah. What's passive perception? And is that just like your ability to notice things? It's not rolled. Do you guys see that roll? Okay. So you guys can see what I rolled.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just playing with something here now to see if I can make a roll that you can't see. So just bear with me 1 second. Did you see that roll?
No.
Perfect. Okay. So you did state to me you were paying attention, so I will allow you a roll, which you've rolled, and you rolled a 10, correct? Okay, you totally see a guy wander into the front gates. That there's usually 2 guards that work for the Mages Guild, but they're guards. Oddly enough, and they actually work for the city guards. Oddly enough, we will make them for the sake of interest. Kelsier, you're pulling a shift today, and you're actually working at the Mages because the city guard works there, and they just make sure, like again, people have an invitation. You don't know most of the Mages, but your partner does. He works a shift often. Like I said, you're the floater guy, right? That covers this guy's sector. Sorry, Sova, I stand corrected. You're right. Thank you. My bad. Yeah, I'm still learning everyone's characters. Yeah. 1 second. I gotta update my notes here. Works for the town guard. I did put it on there, but I didn't put it under my GM notes. So I'd make all the stuff in my GM notes. Sorry, Sova. Can you make a perception roll for me as well, Sova?
Okay. To do that, I have to go to my sheet, right? Did I do it?
Yep. 14. Okay, so you absolutely noticed this. So actually, the guy tries to sneak past you. He's very sneaky. He's quite sneaky. You just happen to be very observant, and your partner doesn't notice him. So you see a guy in the bushes actually behind your partner out of the corner of your eye. Sneak is a small-bodied human, maybe halfling size. Sneak behind your partner at the front entry to the Mages Guild. and scoot in the building like no big deal. Do you say or do anything about it, or just watch them, or what? What do you do?
Am I on shift?
Yeah, you're on shift, standing at the front gates, at the front entry to the Mages Guild. It's actually just like a set of wide double doors. And like some
Okay,
people
so
are very obvious that they're guild members, so they'll show you they have a seal. They'll pull out and show you their seal. And yeah,
Okay, so if I see someone sneaking in, then yes, I will. Was it walk up and talk to them?
yeah. Well, they're like essentially like right behind. Like if you took like one step back and turned to your right, you'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing there?" Right? So
Okay.
yeah, is that what you do?
Yes.
And do you do it in like a gentle manner that's kind of collaborative, or like a super authoritative manner, or how do you approach that?
Let's see. How big is the guy?
2.5 feet.
Okay, then I'll do it in like a dominant way.
Okay, make an intimidation check. By the
Alright,
way,
go.
for what it's worth, Vexus, you're witnessing all of this. You're
Yeah.
inside the doors. It's a bazaar, but it's like a courtyard, right? And so, but you see the gates, right? And then right near the front entry, basically.
Hello.
Hello.
What happened?
Oh.
Not very intimidating.
I can't even see it right
So
now.
you
what did I
you
get?
try to be super intimidating. You're like, "Hey, what's going on?" And then you basically you kind of turn around and your voice kind of a little bit cracks, and it's, "Hey, uh, sorry, what are you doing there?" And it's kind of a bit of a stammer. And this guy's like, it's just I was wondering what's going on in there." And your partner kind of turns around and he's kind of surprised, like because in his mind he's like, this guy didn't come from the outside. This guy's like, he didn't know where this guy's coming or going, right? So your partner's looking to you to kind of give him an indication of what's going on as you're kind of confronting this little guy, and he seems like basically some sort of halfling type character. I'd like you to make now a second perception check. So I think I've got this correct. It's different type though. I'm going for. No, it's actually going to end up being a wisdom save, I believe. I just got to look this up. Come to think of it, it's 5. I don't want to give it away just yet, so just bear with me a second.
What check do I do?
Just to give you, just do a perception check for right now, and I'm going to take a quick look at this.
And what did I get with the intimidation? I didn't see it.
5. You rolled a 5.
I can't
Yeah.
see. My game is glitched out right now.
Oh, just reload. Go out of the game, come back in. No big deal. Yeah. I'm going to mute myself. Hey, Nate, come over here for a sec. I don't know how to mute myself, so just bear with me 2 seconds while I figure out how to do that.
I'll mute
There,
you.
I got you.
Investigations. You're muted, right?
Well, it's not silent image. I was just looking for general questions.
You investigate. Actually, even that one said investigation.
I did it. Okay. So we'll get to this. Oh, there it is again. Come on. I don't know how it happened, but it came
We
off.
could hear your microphone, so I server muted you.
Okay. Did you hear what I said?
No. Well,
Okay.
I heard like 2 words, and I just because
Okay.
I unserver muted you, and then yeah.
Make an investigation check is what you're supposed to do. So it wasn't perception. It's my bad there, Sova. Sorry about that.
$13, $16.
That's perception.
To
Yeah.
investigation.
Yeah, please and thank you.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay. So this guy's awkward with you. Vexus, you can also make an investigation roll, if you don't mind for me. Yeah, so that's sufficient. So Vexus, you notice something that's up, which coincidentally you're already aware of what's up. Um, so I'm not sure if you want to do anything about that, but something off about this particular person. Regardless, you see this guard at the gate confront this guy, and he's like, "Oh, I'm really sorry. Just here shopping for some wares. My apologies. Here's a couple of gold," and offers the couple of gold to Sova and his partner each. He's very, very, very sorry. Very, very, very sorry. And you see this guy repeatedly. He puts his hands up. He's very gregarious, kind of outspoken, flashy. That's the best way to put it. Yeah. So, Sova, do you do anything? Guy offers you a couple gold. My apologies. Here you go.
that's fine.
Yeah.
I would take the money.
Okay. And your partner, he gives each of you a couple gold. You got a couple gold. Your partner gets a couple gold. Vexus, you note this guy wanders in, and you can see him looking around. I don't think he's noticed you noticing him, given my role is a lot worse than yours. So did you want to do anything about it? Yeah. Okay. So now that it's got past him, you note that this guy is not a halfling. He's very well disguised, but your best guess. I was gonna look at your again. I'm just gonna look at D5. I gotta learn all my skill rolls here, so this is gonna be a little bit slower for me. Did someone drop chat?
Uh,
Oh, okay.
I just moved them back.
Yeah. So here we go. Wisdom, intelligence. So I should have brought my book downstairs. Is what I should have done. So where's your knowledge is if under intelligence? I'm gonna call it Arcana. I'm gonna say, well, to know what kind of creatures are, like to recognize the race of somebody, for instance. Oh, wisdom, insight. Okay, I'll make an insight roll. And what is it? Is it certain difficulty per hit dice? Okay. You, I guess, yeah, you recognize something odd about the guy, but you're not sure what. You don't know it enough to know. So anyway, he mills around for a while. He wanders around pretending to look at this and that, but you can tell based on what you're seeing, he keeps looking at the pack mules that are strapped out up front with all this traveling gear as he pokes and prods and looks at this and looks at that. Doesn't seem super interested in the merchant, like what's going on there. He just kind of tries to blend into the crowd. And actually, there's a couple points only because you're intently following him. If you were not intently following him, you would have totally lost him. Like the fact is because you're laser focused on him, you didn't lose him, but otherwise you would have. So he's a slippery guy, to say the least. Anyway, you just keep observing. That's the plan. Okay. Yeah, he wanders around. He does about 3 loops. Each time you can see him kind of checking out these pack mules more and more and more. And then he wanders kind of over to the pack mule and picks some grass up and feeds the mule and pets the mule quite a bit. And, he beeble bobbles around the thing, and the mule doesn't seem bothered by him at all. Like I said, he's got a handful of this and that he feeds the mule or whatever. You can make another perception check. Okay. It's funny. I thought I rolled a 1 because it took forever for the numbers to come up for me. You absolutely see this guy slightly pull a document out and slip it into his coat pocket, and then wander off. Okay. So, how does that work for combat, Nate? He's not expecting it, so you're just going to come and rush up and go to tackle him. Yeah, so it's just
grab, isn't it?
So I'll give you this. I'll give you a surprise. So he's technically flat-footed. He's not expecting it, right? So yeah, so he's in 3.5. He'd be flat-footed, which means he doesn't get any kind of like attacks on you or anything like that. So okay. So yeah, I don't know. DND 5e grapple. A clear guide to grappling. So blah blah blah. Grappling. When you grab a creature or wrestle with it, you can use the attack action to make a special melee attack, a grapple. If you make multiple attacks with the attack action, this attack replaces one of them. The target of your grapple must be no more than one size larger than you. He's one size smaller, and must be within your reach. Use at least one free hand. You try to seize the target by making a grapple check. Strength, athletics. Check contested by the target's strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics. He will take dexterity acrobatics. Okay, you completely grappled the guy. No problem. So down to the ground. What? He says as he tries to sort of like, yeah, tries to like, what are you doing? What's going on? I don't understand. Like, and he's like, even though he tried to be like very quick and like, I would say get away from you, but like avoid it. And he's really slippery. You totally got him. And then but he's pretending that he wasn't trying to. Like, he's certainly not like resisting or fighting you, right? He's like, what? Okay. He's like, what's this about? Like, he's all pretending he doesn't even know what you're saying. You just like grab the paper from him. Okay. So then you let him go, or do you hang on to him, or what do you do then? Yeah, you take his pouch. He does have a few more gold coins in there. Absolutely. You can roll 2d10. 9 gold you get, man. That's what he had in his pouch. So anyway, now there's several people looking at you as you basically have tackled this guy and robbed him in front of everybody in the Mages Guild. And he's like, I don't understand. Why are you robbing me? And people are looking at you. The optics of it don't look that great because you've not really said anything. You just tackled this guy and robbed him. As several people are. Okay, so you can make a persuasion check. Is there persuasion in this? It's got to be.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Oh god.
11. So you can tell that basically there's several people looking at you. They're kind of split. Half the people are like, give him his stuff back. And the other half of the people are, what's going on here? Right? Needless to say, Sova, you hear this commotion behind you. You see the guy from earlier, and you basically see this other guy grab him and start taking his money and everything else off of him. And he's like, and the guy who took the money basically says, you're a thief. And the other guy's like, why are you robbing me? Guards. So what do you do? Do you jump in and help the guy that just paid you 2 gold earlier, and you let in here not so legally? Or do you jump in and help the guy that's robbing this guy blind, hoping maybe he gives you something?
Let's see. I'd like to separate them and try investigating on how this happened
Okay.
and what's going on.
Yeah, you come up there and you start talking to them. Okay. So what do you say?
Let's see. Okay, I walk up to them. I ask them, get off of the midget. I don't know his name. give him his money back, and then can you please explain to me what's going on? What are you doing and why?
Okay. And do you say this in an intimidating manner?
Yes. Let's see if I get a 5 again.
Yeah.
Roll one. Roll one.
Okay.
And what's the resistance, Nathan, for intimidate for you? He tries to intimidate you.
God damn it.
Yeah. So intimidation 5e skill checks. Let's see. I'm just looking it up online here to see how this works. The reason for charisma intimidation is charisma. Da, 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 da. Okay. What is intimidation? Who should use? Are you guys looking up what to do as well? Just in case I don't get the right page.
You guys want like a really easy reference for like combat?
Sure.
Just like post in game chat.
Mm-hmm. Did I lose the chat? I can't. Oh, it's in. Oh no, it's in roll 20.
Roll20.
Movement action, disengage, grapple, hide, improvise, shove. Yeah, cool. This is very cool. Thank you. Okay, so he's made his intimidation roll, correct?
Yes.
So use your wisdom to. Yeah, very intimidating, Sova. Okay, so equally, neither of you find him very intimidating. So anyway, he says, "Give him his gold back," and you're like, "No." Okay. Anyway, Ben, you're inside and you hear this commotion. So you clearly recognize Vexus saying, "He's a thief." And so, you wander to the front steps of the spire and you're looking across the courtyard with numerous people now. There's got to be 8 or 10 people in this courtyard, plus Sova, who you don't know, the guard that you walked past earlier, but you recognize the guard and his partner, and Vexus, and this small guy. I would like you to make, what was that check? An investigation check, please, Ben.
Okay. I got
Boom.
25.
Boom. Instantly, you see through what's going on here, and you can make an insight check.
Insight check? Okay.
Yeah.
24.
Jesus Christ!
What's up, boys?
So not only do you see the fact that this smaller guy is an illusion, but you instantly recognize him as a goblin. He's a non-humanoid. He converses in common, but he would normally be kill on sight, actually, for just about anybody in town.
Okay. I run up to the commotion and I tell the guards that I'm a noble, and I tell them that I can see through this guy's illusion, and I give them the information that I relay the information that I've been given.
So the minute you say the word illusion, everybody in the area instantly gets an additional insight check. That would be Sova, Vexus, basically all of the mages. This is a terrible, terrible place to be caught with having your illusion pierced. And you get a plus to that. +2. Vexus, you see through the illusion. You could see through the illusion before, but he is well disguised with makeup. You just you didn't recognize. You've never seen a goblin before in your life. You didn't recognize him as a goblin. It just, I guess, Ben's read a few more books than you. Sova, you still don't see it. In spite of being told there's an illusion and he's a goblin. But you do recognize the noble as a noble. I've been through here before. And so you know enough to know basically you take these guides' word at face value. Some highfalutin, high-tootin noble that comes from outside and says basically arrest this guy. He's an illusionary goblin. So what action do you take?
Me?
Yeah, Sova.
Okay, if that's the case, he's a goblin, right?
I mean, you can't see it. He looks to you like a halfling.
Okay. Since the noble has said he's a goblin, I'm gonna kill the goblin.
Okay. And to be honest, this may be a wise move for you because if this guy gets caught
I
and he
know.
rats you out, it could hurt your standing, right? I mean, all kinds of guards take bribes. It just doesn't get jammed in everyone's face, right? And so, not that the word of a goblin, but it could create some problems for you. So, maybe not a bad idea. So, to everyone's surprise, nobody else is raising arms or whatever, but you draw your sword quickly. And unless Ben or Vexus are going to stop you, Ben or Vexus, do either of you care?
Nope.
Or are you just going to let him? Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't, because it's problematic for you to draw a sword in town, right? But it's not problematic for a guard to draw a sword. Yeah. So Sova, you draw your sword out, and this unarmed goblin panics. His eyes get very, very wide. I mean, you don't see him as a goblin, obviously, a halfling. This poor, weepy-looking halfling with weak halfling eyes raises his arms in pathetic defense above his head as you strike him. Go ahead, make an attack roll.
He deserves it, bro. He was stealing.
So do I do the damage type?
Yeah, you do your attack roll on your character sheet, and then damage if it's successful. I think the damage auto rolls. I did check the box for auto rolling damage, so it assumes
Did I
you
do
did.
it right?
Yeah.
Damn.
At 21, you absolutely smoke this guy. You had advantage, so you actually get the 24 on it for what it's worth, because he's defenseless and unarmed. 9 damage. You cleave him in 2, like just completely. So the one hand goes one way, and the other hand literally goes the other way, as he mutters "Nah," and doesn't even finish his no as you cut him in half. And he's got a giant, odd-shaped head. You can clearly see that. And he is smote instantly in half. And everyone kind of looks around, and the guard's done his thing. You can clearly tell several of the other mages are like, how did a goblin get into town? Like multiple people there recognize him and were able to pierce through the illusion once Ben called it out. Pretty ballsy, quite surprisingly. He made it as far as he did. Very sneaky. He had quite a bit of disguise on him, Ben. You can tell he'd makeup and done everything he could and dressed himself up and wore some baggy clothes, but he was very stealthy as well. And so a combination of him being stealthy and being disguised and having an illusion over him helped him get as far as he did. And now there's 2 halves of him. So is there any specific actions that anyone else would like to take in this encounter? By the way, Vexus, you've quietly put away the scroll, but the coin bag is still in your hands, although nobody seems to care. Yeah.
Okay, I tell all the people watching that it's okay and not to be afraid, like all the citizens and stuff, that this guy was a thief and he was an illusion and he was no good.
Yeah. So one of the other guys you recognize is another noble in town and says to you, "Well spotted, sir."
I say thank you, and then I give props to the knight for taking action based on my word.
Yeah, most of the people there acknowledge Ben as the savior. It's pretty much like no one else did anything else. You collect all of the glory, and Sova goes back to his post like nothing happened. And yeah. Meanwhile, just for what it's worth, Uglet, are you still around?
Yep.
Yeah, so ironically, you're wandering around town. You actually happen to be across from the Mages Guild when this whole kerfuffle goes down. It's pretty unusual because you've been around town a bit and you recognize there's no guards out front. Kind of made you peer in. You've never been allowed in there before. It's it's above your station, and you see this whole bit go down where, as far as you could tell from the distance you were at, they just some halfling snuck in there, and a guard literally just cleaved him in half. It's pretty much par for every day of your life. And everyone's cheering and clapping about the sacrifice of this poor halfling in there. So, if anything else needed to further justify, your perception of the world, this instance doesn't instill a lot of faith in humanity.
Sorry, like I'm bearing witness to this.
You bear witness. You're down here. You just happen to be wandering around. You see through the front gates.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there you go. You've seen it firsthand. And then did anyone do anything else? That's it. You're all done. People congratulate Ben and good job. And Ben gives Sova a nod. Sova goes back to the front gate. Right.
Are we
So-
going to the next scene, or can I like have a word with Nathan or something like that first?
Oh, you can totally have a word. This is it. I'm waiting before I go with the next scene. I'm trying to give everyone every opportunity to do whatever they'd like.
Okay. I discreetly asked Nathan what the scroll was still in his pocket before the mage comes back.
I don't know that you know about the scroll because
Oh.
Nathan didn't tell you. About the
Oh,
scroll.
you're right.
You
Okay,
went out
fair
there, he
enough.
had a pouch in his
I do
hands.
nothing. I do nothing. Never mind.
Yeah. So there's this this is halfling / goblin body laying in the middle of this courtyard. Anyone do anything about that? Well, the illusion's over now that he's dead. So yeah, it was a halfling when he got cleaved in half, and now there's a body on the ground, which is from his distance hard to tell. Actually, for what it's worth, I'll go ahead and make your roll. Make a perception roll.
Okay.
It would be very obvious if you were up close, but it's not as obvious because of the distance you're at, right? You're just observing from outside. Although, for what it's worth, Uglit, you could sneak in here right now. You saw what happened to the last halfling who did. So it looks odd to you. If you could get closer, you could probably get a better look at this. Something's not right about it. Something's odd, but not enough there for you to put your finger on exactly what. To be honest, it looks like his head's big. That's basically the short of it.
Is there sorry, I'm peering in through the door, right?
You are, yeah. But the guards are very distracted right now. You could quite easily walk in here. As this is like a DC 5 stealth check kind of a thing.
Okay, sure. I'll walk in and try to go unnoticed by the guards.
Sure, that's ballsy. That's straight up ball factor right there. Good for you. Yeah.
So should I roll for stealth or?
You should. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
So Sova's partner, who wasn't involved, won't let Sova make the roll because he was focused on combat. But his partner turns around. Hey, points straight at you. What are you doing?
Oh, just seeing what all the commotion's about. I heard some cheering. I thought I'd come over and see what's happening.
We've had enough of your kind in here, he says, as he kind of starts approaching you fairly rapidly. I wouldn't say aggressively, but kind of shooing you, right? But imposing, nonetheless. In fact, he'll make a pathetic intimidation roll. So when I'm making an intimidation roll versus Uglit, it's he will save for him. Is that correct? Yeah. And then is it just like my roll versus his roll? Is that how that works? Okay. Yeah, this guy is going to make secretly an intimidation roll versus your will save Uglit.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. So he stammers. Honestly, this guy's as smart as a bag of rocks. Certainly not the most intimidating person you've come across. He's less intimidating than a noble shoe cleaner. But he comes up there, he's all a little bit rattled. You can tell. We just saw a guy got cleaved in half by his partner in one fell swoop. So that's not, it's not a normal daily event here, right? But anyway, he shoos you. He asks you for a copy of your guild seal, which you don't have, right? And you basically just offer up to him. I saw the commotion. I want to make sure everything was okay. Kind of a dealer. Some sort of pathetic excuse. I'm presuming you leave.
Yeah, I'll leave. I don't want to get cleaved in half like that other guy.
Yeah, yeah. You see the cleaver, the cleaver spin towards you and eye to make sure his partner's going to be okay, which is a nervous look. The guy has a stern look on him. Honestly, you get the sense that he hasn't been very intimidating today, but he could be, especially after he's got fresh blood on his blade. So you wander out there. And as usual, like I said, you witness the cajoling of everyone bowing down to the one noble in there as he starts ordering and bossing people around and what to do and acts like he's got the situation under control. So, okay, anything? So Sova, Ben, and Vexus, do you guys do anything with the goblin body?
I was gonna say that I just tell Soda to clean it up, or tell Soda to get his partner to clean it up, or something.
Okay.
So the people don't see the body.
Well,
Uh,
I don't
what were you
know.
gonna say?
So for what it's worth, Vexus, just because your character would kind of get a sense of this, I don't know that once this guy's dead, I don't think anybody there cares. This is not. Yeah, it's not like, oh, you're taking his stuff. There's some random goblin that snuck in here. Who knows what and who knows why. Most of these people keep to themselves and they're fairly busy with their own things. And it's a bit of a bizarre experience. You're certainly getting people that look, but it wouldn't at this moment be that unusual to see what other stuff he's got on him. Okay. So he has a small dagger, which you can take. He has a ring on his pinky finger. He's got some documents rolled up in his thing. There's not a lot of words to it, but it's not written in a language you can read. He has leather shoes, they're nice leather shoes. Let's put it that way for goblin-sized feet. And the rest of the stuff is basically destroyed when he got cleft in half. Oh, actually, I should correct myself. He has a small bag of reagents or items for spellcasting. A component pouch. Yeah, sure, there you go. But that's where reagents are. It's like some dust of this and some root of that. And some of the stuff you recognize, some of the stuff you don't. So there you go. So you go through stuff. I mean, the only thing odd maybe is taking the ring off of his finger. It's a little bit like robbing him at this point. Your partner says he'll notify. He wanders up the road and blows a whistle, which summons another guard. He says go to the barracks and get one of the carts, because typically when they call it mercy, when mercy is doled in the streets, this is a small mercy versus a large mercy. Small mercy often is killing somebody. Just so you can speak guards speak there, Sova. So he's like, you did that guy a small mercy, ha ha ha, right? And then he sends off his partner to go get, like the partner, he goes up the road and sends somebody off to go get a cart.
So Nathan, what do you take?
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So they take the body away. Is there any other specific actions or anything else anyone wants to take care of? Kind of while they're wandering around town. Everyone's got a little more gold, a little bit of this and that. Everything's good.
I want to go ask Nathan what or actually, never mind. No, you took documents off the guy's body. I wanted to know what those are, but oh yeah, well, okay, yeah, fair. I think that's one of my languages, though. Hold on. I speak Goblin. I speak Goblin. I speak Elvish and Goblin.
Okay.
So I go
Well-
over and I ask Nathan to read those documents.
So it's a contract, and you read it, and you can tell just from. Actually, do you have Arcana, Ben?
I do have Arcana.
So
Do you want me to
can.
roll it?
Nah, it's a 5. Do you have a couple points in it?
I'll just roll. I got 7.
Sure. There you go. It's fine. You only needed a 5. You can tell basically that this contract was a binding contract for him to observe and follow the traveler, quote unquote, and recover the scroll as soon as possible. And it talks about the mother. It's got to be returned to the mother. Blah blah blah. There's a bunch of like, even though you speak the language, context that you're not getting, but it refers to the mother. Let's bring it back to the mother. It's very important. The travel's up to no good. He took our worship stone. Blah 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 blah. So there you go.
I quietly relay the information to Vexus, and that's it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what was the scroll?
It's dimensional anchor. It's a super high level spell. It's not first level. So everything past first level is high level. Yeah. So it's a scroll of dimensional anchor that's been stolen from a guy inside that you know is a relatively powerful mage.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you do with that? So Vexus has a scroll right now, or Ben has a scroll?
Vexus has it.
Okay. What do you guys do with the scroll?
Nathan hides it probably.
So, a few minutes later, that mage from inside comes outside, looks around, sees that there was a commotion. The body's still there. It's only a few feet away from his mules. And he's like, oh, look, you can tell. He's like, that's kind of odd or whatever. And he looks at everything. And you can see him stare very intently at the body. Yeah, there's more to that. He can clearly see something. And he picks his 2, mule leads up and then walks out the front gate with the 2 mules in tow.
Okay.
Okay. So, like, as he's walking away, are you stop him from walking away? You're not like physically stop him, but before he goes away. Yeah. So as you're exiting the bazaar, you still see that ugly halfling still loitering around outside, staring at you guys. It looks very similar to the last quote unquote halfling that you just ran across. Just wondering if you do anything about that. He seems intently interested in you guys as well.
I walk over. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Is that a good description of Uglet? By the way, Uglet, you're good with that?
Sorry, wait, what was it?
You stare at the commotion still, and Nathan, I noticed that you look similar to the first guy that we killed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And while Nathan goes and talks to the mage that's going away with his mules, I go over to Uglet and I ask him what he's doing there, and if he was involved with the situation.
Oh no, I don't know what's happening at all. I just kind of came here and they started accusing me of knowing that guy. I don't know, one of the guards just kind of shooed me away.
Okay, fair enough. Do I have to roll something to believe him or not, or do I just believe him?
Yeah, I mean, you get the sense he's not really being distruthful, so you don't really have a strong sense to disbelieve him per se to begin with, unless you specifically want to, I guess.
Okay, I then say, I'm sorry to bother you, and I continue along my way.
Yeah. So as you come out, and oddly enough, down the street comes Kusa. You just got a contract from the Mercenaries Guild to show up outside the Mage Guild. You're hired as an escort for a traveling guy. That's a job that you had I should say, you have an opportunity to work as a mercenary for a guy who's traveling. Just really to work the night shift while he's traveling to make sure that he doesn't get robbed at night. Not really super high risk or anything. Is that something you'd be interested in? It pays gold, so not a bad.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're told to meet him outside of the Mage Guild. He's pulling 2 ponies, and sure enough, you come down the street right as this guy's coming out, and you recognize the guy immediately. So you come up there. You've got a sigil for the Mercenaries Guild that you carry with you, and you simply just show him that as you're coming down the street. You can see he's talking to a couple people as you approach, and so you show him the sigil, kind of in a way to kind of indicate to him, hey, I'm here if you need me, kind of a thing. But you kind of give him some space at the same time, and he gives you a glance and then a kind of a little bit of a nod, and you kind of stay, out of everyone's space, but within earshot of what's going on. All right.
Okay.
So you're there. You've been hired for this guy. You've seen him, and he's actually used other guys before, though you've never gone on a trip with him before. But the guy. He's used the guild before. He's a mage, does a bit of traveling, and collects reagents, as I like to call them, spell components. He's got a few little things. So you know a little bit about this guy, but don't know him per se. So that you happen to be there. Similarly, just because I want to drag Kelsier into this, you're doing some back and forth, and while you're picking up some stuff, Kelsier's here, right? Just to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. You're doing some running around, and this guy, you're picking up a parcel for the church, and this guy hands you. He looks at you when you first come in there, and he's like, "You're by yourself?" That's the first thing he asks you. So how do you answer that, actually?
Yeah, I'm just by myself.
Oh, I would have thought they would have sent a couple people for this. Okay, he says, as he picks up, I would say a small, don't call it a crate, a small chest, maybe the size of half of your keyboard. Okay, same sort of width. Kind of cut your keyboard in half, and a solid 6 inches high. It's locked, and he says, "I would make sure you take this straight back to the temple," and wishes you well. So anyway, you have this chest. You're in a building. You're basically the better part of way across town from the temple. You're actually up by the Eastern Bridge when you pick the parcel up. So you have a fair bit of ways to go through some not so nice areas, quite frankly, in town, carrying a nice wooden box that looks like a chest, and it weighs a bit. What do you do?
I'm pretty curious what's inside. It's locked pretty tight.
Yeah. Yes, it is locked. Do you have abilities to open locks, by curiosity?
I think I do. I think I have lockpicking.
I think it's a lockpicking skill. It used to be in the old one, lockpicking. Oh, that's it? One skill? Let's sleight of hand now?
It's a dexterity.
Okay, well I'll try opening it. See what's inside.
Okay. D&D 5e, Beginner's Guide to Burglary. Lockpicking is a frequently misunderstood part of 5e, blah, blah, blah. A skill check. So where did you just try to pick? You just try to pick the locks right there?
No, I'm gonna take it from him, and then so I guess he gave it to me inside a building.
Yeah, he gave it to you inside of a building. Yeah.
I'll leave the building first, and then.
So describe to me how you leave the building. This guy gives you this box, and you just pick it up and carry it out front of you when you leave the building?
I'll like wrap it in some cloth, and I like carry it by my side.
Yeah. You like take your cloak off, let's say, and throw it over it, and kind of pretend you're
Yeah.
kind of carrying your cloak over your arm, even though there's a chest underneath it. That's smart. Okay. You can make is it stealth check, hide check? What is the check for that? To obscure an item.
Stealth.
Sleight of hand. Is that sleight of hand?
Or
Okay.
deception, or
Yeah, let's do sleight of hand.
sleight of hand. Okay.
Yeah. So your first roll is a sleight of hand. Your second roll is going to be perception, and your oh yeah, no problem. You feel pretty comfortable. You've done a good job obscuring this item, and you leave the building. Make a perception check. Okay. You start walking back, and then what do you plan to kind of like duck off in a dark alley and pick the
Yeah,
lock?
I like go like somewhere in an alley probably.
How far do you wait before you duck off into an alley? Like, do you do it as quick as you can, or do you go halfway till every step that you take from where your character is right now heads towards worse and worse portions of town? Or do you take like a different route? Do you not go straight back? Do you wander off somewhere else? You can see where your character's on the map right now in the city.
I'll move more like in a safer area.
Yeah. Okay. Move to a safe area, duck off somewhere, and pick the lock. Okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead and make the lock picking roll. I'll be right back.
And that's sleight of hand.
You already did it. You did 15, right?
That was for the first part.
Oh. $16.
Okay, seems pretty good. Yeah, I do. I was trying to remember what that was. So was that guy? So I was kind of paying attention. The goblin was actually a goblin, or was a halfling? Oh, okay.
Funny. Think about it. You make a strength check to throw me, I get extra distance in a fight. You just use one action, I go flying.
Oh, that's a good roll. Okay, you pop the lock open. In the chest, you see a giant, large, red gem. Is there a price
Ooh.
skills in 5e? No, it won't be history. It'll be
It's probably insight because that's
insight, maybe? I don't know. I got to learn my skills better here for sure. It used to be a praise. It was intelligence based before.
investigation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think investigation is the best one.
Arcana, scrolls, potions. Oh, here it's all different things. Arcana is for magic items, spells, scrolls, potions. Nature for gems, precious metals. So it's nature.
Ooh. Okay, I still gotta make a nature check.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You would know if this thing was worth hundreds of gold, and it's not worth hundreds of gold. It's worth more. How much more? You have no idea.
Hmm.
But very valuable.
Okay. And
Ooh.
this, I was originally here, like the church sent me out to collect this.
Yep, you're doing this on behalf of the church.
Hmm. It's definitely worth more than 100 gold. I think I'll take out the gem, pocket it, but I'll but I'll put in like a couple gold pieces.
So you take the gem out, make a will save.
Okay.
Wisdom, thank you.
Wisdom save. Okay.
Let me know if it's natural 20. It is not. The minute you touch the gem, it speaks to you directly into your head, and you feel compelled to do what it tells you to do. Yeah. So you do pocket the gem, and you just dump
Now I have a friend.
you dump the chest, and it tells you to go to the north gate, which you do. I'll tell you this, this is very exciting for you. Your character feels like they're surging with intelligence and power that you've never experienced before. Like the level of badassery is you're on a whole nother level compared to anything you've ever experienced before. Instantly, you see and observe things differently than you ever have before. And I'll start with telling you right out the gate, you realize you're being followed by a small figure that has disguised themselves to look like a halfling and is clearly a goblin. And there's no doubt about that. And you actually have never seen a goblin before in your life. You have no idea why you know that, but you know it instantly. More importantly, you see like your entire surroundings in an entirely different light. For instance, the age on things and the history behind things, you see it both as it was and as it is. And there's a duality to everything that you experience. The trees, the rock, anything that's been around that's old and wasn't living at one point in time. Every stone, again, rock would be a good thing. Every surface of nature that's hundreds of years old, it's there's an innateness to which you understand it and see it for its own kind of unique fashion of life. Things like wood and a lot of this creations, a lot of stuff in the city, not valuable. I will get you, only because of the distance, I will get you to make a perception check, although it's fairly noticeable for you specifically. But go ahead and make a perception check.
So am I already like where I'm on my way to the north gate?
Yeah, you're going to wander up this way, sort of a thing. You're kind of already wandering as you're noticing all
Okay.
these things towards this water. I could have done the grid smaller. Anyway, it's all good.
And it's just around here that I see the goblin.
Yeah, you're walking down this road, basically. You can see this goblin's following you.
Okay. So a perception.
Yeah. Okay. At a 12, you barely notice it, but you do notice it. Even though you feel compelled to go to the north gate, oddly enough, you see this rising circle of power over where the druid circle is. You can actually see it like a color, like a light spire, like a beam of light that goes up to the stars, basically. And there is a component to which you have sufficient curiosity in that I will allow you another will save to not go through the north gate and instead go here. If you so choose. You don't have to, by the way. You can be like, I'm going to go through the north gate and listen. I know what I'm doing.
There's a magic beam of light. I'm pretty curious about that. I'll do the will save. Oh.
Okay. You go through the north gate. It's no problem.
Okay.
And you're going to wander down the road aimlessly. And you see this small guy follow you, although it doesn't appear to be a threat. It strictly follows you. And for what means probably not for your benefit, but nonetheless, he follows you as you wander the northern path. Okay, back to the rest of the group here. I didn't expect you to take the gem, but that's cool. That's the way that goes. Back to this group here. This guy that you guys are all interviewing, that's got his two horses, two mules there. They're all mounted up. He looks at you, and Ben, you were gonna have a conversation with him, or was it Vexus that was gonna have a chat with him? Okay, so what do you say? Okay. So I'm going to suggest that what's your character's alignment? Okay. I'm going to suggest probably you'd come across with some. Do you have a decent charisma? Do you have some diplomacy? Yeah. So you're quite charismatic. So your approach might be a little bit softer than, even though your intent is what you're describing to me, your character's approach might be, rather than going to a powerful mage, why did you steal the gem? You might come across a little bit, you know, these guys have a contract to try to recover some gem in your possession, for instance. Like, it's a little less accusatory. So go ahead and make a diplomacy check. Yeah, persuasion. Yeah. All the skills have changed on me. So this guy seems to look at you somewhat fondly. The fact is that you're a wizard. He's a wizard, so there's a bond already there. And he looks around and he says, "Walk with me a ways. This may not be the best place to have this conversation." So he waves over this guard. That's the best way I'll describe them, who's clearly not dressed like a guard. They look more like someone who's had quite a bit of experience outdoors, combat-y, little rough and gruff, mask over their face, a bow. Kusa's got a bow, right? I'm just, not all rangers have bows. Is Kusa an archer?
Yeah, I'm a ranger.
What kind of weapons would you typically carry? What's your normal combat?
I have a longbow and a dagger.
Okay, so you see this figure come over. You have a hood over, Kusa?
Yeah.
Yeah. How would you describe your character's appearance to other people?
Rather tall, slender, dark.
Dark
Like
skin?
light skin, dark clothing.
Figure with light skin. Is it immediately apparent to other people that you're an elf?
Considering I'm wearing a hood, no.
Yeah. Okay, so you see this slender, I wouldn't say ominous, but, you know, clearly not an easily intimidatable person get ushered over, and this guy who has yet to introduce himself hands this person a small bag. That's your payment, by the way, Kusa, for your services. It's a few gold for the trip. It's only a couple of days. You charge out 3 gold per day for this kind of work, just for your reference. That's about the going rate.
Yep.
Anyway, this guy looks wary around the streets and looks very closely at Uglet. Basically stares you down, Uglet, for quite a bit. Do you wander off? Are you still hanging around? What's your sort of deal?
I'm just still in the crowd. I'm just kind of
Yeah, you're not in a crowd.
trying to chat to people in the audience.
Yeah, you're not in a crowd to this guy. Like this is the fucking Eye of Sauron bearing down on you, kind of not in a crowd, right? He very much has singled you out and staring right at you carefully. What do you do when you realize it? It's obvious to you. It's obvious as the day is long. So do you leave or do you approach? How do you respond to that?
Please just give me a death stare.
Not a death stare. Just it's very hard to get out from under his gaze. That's the best way to put it. It's not death stare at all. It's not aggression. It's just it's I would say overbearing rather than a death stare. You know what I mean? There's not a place. This is not a guy you can hide from. You realize it instantly. Not that you're great at hiding anyway in your heavy armor.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll approach him and just
Okay.
ask if he needs anything.
Yeah. He kind of sighs and in a semi-dismissive manner, but kind of welcoming at the same time. He says, he says something to come along. You might as well at this stage. And basically starts walking his 2 ponies to the edge of town. And you can see him being very, very alert. And yeah. So Sova, just as these guys are all winding up and heading out of here, you can see this sort of group start forming up. And this guy says, who was it, just before he leaves, he says, who was it that slew the goblin? Okay, so he looks at you and says, "You, Tasova." Do you respond? You're like, "Who's me?" Or what do you do?
I look at him. I walk up to him and ask, "What?"
Yeah. So, what's your daily rate?
To do what?
So, I'll tell you right out the gate. Guards in town make
Alright.
two gold per day.
Okay, then. Full.
What's that?
Yeah.
4? Okay. You say 4 gold?
Yeah.
So that's fine. Your services are wasted there. Come along.
Okay, I'll go with him.
Yeah, your partner is like shocked that you said 4. That's crazy money to him. Crazy money. You just wander off your shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that there could be. I mean, you'll be able to get your job back, but it might cost you a little bit. You might have to slide someone a little bit just for wandering off part with your shift is all, right? This is,
Okay.
you can understand, I'm sure, why that would be the case, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But 4 gold a day, and he didn't seem to bat an eye at it, so drags you along. So Vexus and Ben, I'm assuming you guys are traveling with them as well, correct?
I see Vexus start leaving, and I see a group forming, so I follow along, and Nathan or the Vexus fills me in on everyone leaving.
So this guy drags you all to the edge of town, but he takes you through this gate, which is unusual, this exit, quietly. They all
Okay.
pop into here briefly, and he gives each of you a coin, but it's not gold. It's actually not a monetary coin you've ever seen. And he says, there's a well in the middle of the sphere. Let's all drop a coin. So he hands you all out coins. And anyway, you can have the coin. It's got a symbol on it. On the one side, it has sort of like a tree with falling leaves. And on the other side, it's got a small root just peering out of the ground. And he walks up to the well, and you see him flip this coin. It spins in the air, and he watches very carefully. You can see him. He wants to know before the coin leaves his eyesight what side is up. Flips the coin in, and then goes back to his ponies. So what do you guys do? He's giving each of you a coin. Yep. 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 Okay. It looks like a coin. This is not a monetary coin. This is some sort of a special coin in that regard. But other than the fact you've never seen it, it is metal. Yeah. Other than the fact you've never seen anything about it, you don't know what material type it is.
Sorry, that was an accident. My bad.
That's right. You don't know what material type it is. It's nothing you've ever seen. For all other physical descriptions of it, it's a coin. I will say this. It doesn't look, I'll say, professionally made. This looks like it's metal that was put into a press and squished in order to get these symbols on either side, which is done, but not on on the gold coins that are traded are usually more professionally pressed. Yeah, this is not. So you do not throw it in the well. Is that correct? Okay. Well, he's leaving. He's tossed this coin in the well, and he's about to leave. Is anybody else going to toss the coin in the well?
I'll toss it.
I toss.
Okay, so sorry, just write in
Oh.
chat so I can get everyone's names. Right. Toss. Toss. Okay. And so Ben,
I also inspect the coin first before throwing it in.
Okay.
I'm going to make that throw.
does everybody watch the coin as it goes in to see what
Yep.
side's up?
I got a 15. So what information do I get off that?
it's not much. It's a non. So it looks like a blended metal type. It's not expensive. This is not gold. It looks to me or to you more like some sort of what's would be normally referred to as slag or other metal impurities that have been repressed into these coins. It has nominal value, other than the fact that it's pressed into a coin. But the
Okay.
symbology on it is interesting to you. But you're not religious in any way, are you? Does anyone, it's between the three of you, Kusa, Sova, and Toxic, do you have religion knowledge?
No.
No.
I think I do.
If you do have religion, you can make a roll. Okay. You're aware, Sova, you've seen this symbol before. It isn't actually religious so far as it's druidic. And this symbolizes death and life. And as you toss the coin in, make a 1d6 roll for me. Or you can really do 1d2. Is there 1d2?
Yep, flip a coin.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter because evens will be one and odds will be the other. So even or odds, doesn't matter what you roll. And Kusa and Toxic can also make an even and odd roll.
How do we just?
Did I do it right?
Anything, just
Oh,
roll in
I
there.
throw
I'd
it
roll-
in while paying attention to the face of the coin that drops in.
Yeah. Yeah, so you just need to roll any kind of dice. Evens is one and odds is the other. So I have odds, and toxic.
Uh,
Odd. Okay. So no, in fact, you have to be right over top of the well when it's flipped. And interesting enough, for what it's worth, you do try to see other guys' coins because you didn't recognize the value of it when he was tossing his coin until you observed him. But you certainly try to pay attention to other people's coins. And as soon as they're thrown into the well, they go dark to you, abnormally dark. Although everybody who watches their coin get tossed claims they could see it and what face it was on before it went. So all three of you get the falling leaves tree, not the sapling. So there you go, for what it's worth.
okay.
I kept my coin.
Yeah. So the two of you keep coins, no problem. So he wanders off. He doesn't exit the gate. He wanders off the road out right as you're leaving. All right. Everyone got odds. What are the odds? What are the odds of ever getting gods? Okay. Similarly, you see the falling leaves. Yeah. Uglet, last chance.
Ugly, do it.
I was gonna pocket it.
We all peer pressure you.
So you guys wander up the road, and as you get out, you wander back like diagonally. I'm kind of moving your party, but you kind of travel through this plain, and you wander out here. And as you're wandering out here, sure enough, right ahead of you, Benji, because you're the expert here, you can see in the distance this small figure traveling, and you make a perception check. It's getting on the road. I can change the map out, but for what it's worth, we can do that actually.
Perception check. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I got a 6.
Yeah, you don't notice shit. Blind
Okay.
as a fucking bat. Create new page. Yeah, you are. Sadly, I'm sorry about that, guys. I was hoping for a better role there for somebody, but that's okay. You can't.
Well, goblins are a preferred enemy of mine. If I should be the one to roll here.
Yeah, it's more. So everyone can make a roll. Sure, why not? Let's go for it. Let's just give everyone the chance. Let's get a good roll out there. Nice. If it's goblins, well, you can do so you do your regular roll, and then you say, I'm +2 for goblins or whatever.
Yeah. So it'd be 21 because it doesn't automatically do that. One sec. One sec. I'm pretty sure this. There we go. Oh, never mind. I don't have the bonus against them. It's humans because I took a Natural Explorer.
Okay, you're gonna have to. I'm gonna apologize in advance for my not so hot map making skills. So we're gonna see how this goes. So select. Use Mage Hand to try to grab the coin. Really? You're hilarious. I throw the coin in and then I rob fate of my destiny. Oh, guys are hilarious. Okay, so let's try this now. Let's try dragging the players over to here. That work for you guys?
Yep.
Is it like washed out?
Not
It's
particularly.
pretty good.
Interesting. Is the map moving for you?
Yeah.
I got it wrong, set to the wrong layer. Here we go, map layer. There we go, that's why. Okay, so I'm just gonna change my opacity edit. Map and background. Advanced. Set dimensions back. Sorry. Okay. So everyone can
Money.
go. Everybody in this entire party can go to where their character is under the character section, like where you'd actually access your character sheet, and then drag your character onto the map. Yeah, and you can put yourselves down at the bottom of this road. There you go, right down here. That's perfect. And then it was Kelsier who's further up the road. Perfect. So Kelsier's up here. And then we're going to see how I am at adding. We're going to try this out. So just bear with me because it's the first time I'm doing this. So I'm going to be slow-ish. So this is icons. Copy. Road. Paste. Oh, it's a giant. It's a huge goblin. He's a mega goblin.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
The goblin tailing.
So let's go back to your rules. Oh, I got to add my guy too. Hang on a second here.
Yo, Kelsier, you should move your character to the bottom of the road with no? Oh.
The gem is calling to me.
So the guy you're traveling with, he starts explaining on the way. He starts explaining, and you can see him stop. He interrupts himself. So he says, he says, "My name is Tal," but the way he says it is odd. He has an accent. It's more like Tahal, but I'll just say Tal because it's a lot of work for me to do that all the time. And he says, you know, kind of where are you guys from? He gets to know you a little bit. Gets to know a bit about you. He asks about this whole goblin encounter. He's quite interested in like what you observed, what the guy was doing. It, you know, he often he repeats things you say, and then he'll be like, curious, 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 right? That's like you can see him. He's asking a lot of questions and stuff. So he says, look, I'm traveling. There's some oddities that have been occurring around here recently, and I've been trying to determine, you know, why the oddities have been occurring. It's going to be up with your group. We'll kind of restack the group here. So I just got to get everyone's. So Vexus. Who made the highest roll? Who's that? Made the perception?
Me.
So Kusa. Okay, Kusa will be. Yeah, perception. Kusa will be up here. Ben will be here. So is that everybody on the? So I got everyone on there. Is everybody on there? Where's Uglet?
Bottom right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I had you highlighted. That's why. I can...
Okay,
Okay.
is
So
there
everyone's
like any
there.
way they could change my color, like the color of my name?
Yep. Yeah, I'll fix it for you. What color you want it? Just something more brighter?
Yeah, I don't care, pink or something. Just
Yeah.
something that actually shows it.
Yellow. I'll go with yellow because that's actually probably, and I might change your background to black. But anyway, I'll come back to that. No problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
So anyway, he basically says there's been a bunch of oddities, and we've been seeing increases in. He describes as animal activity. That's his term, animal activity. There's been increases in animal activity and some of these oddities. And so I've been doing some studying of these curiosities, as he describes them. And a lot of his time he talks to Vexus. He doesn't pay basically any attention to Kusa, who's his hired guard. In fact, he didn't even introduce himself to Kusa. And Kusa obviously knows this guy's frequently used the Mercenaries Guild. For everyone who's from town, they'll see the Mercenaries Guild sigil on Kusa's like lapel pin almost. Like it usually it's like a cloak brooch that they'll often wear when they're doing that work. So you guys are familiar with them. He does refer quite kindly, actually, to Uglet. Small folk, he talks to him. He says there's been a number of small folk villages actually that have been attacked and raided on the outskirts recently. And so I've been doing some investigations on behalf of my benefactor. And I came across some oddities in relation to these. And so we've been doing some further research back at the temple. And then he stops and observes Kusa, who he can clearly tell is observing something else. Interestingly enough, basically at the same time, Kusa notices something. Sova can see a figure in the trees up ahead move, and anyway, there's a figure over there, and to some of the party, it's not really relevant because everyone will eventually see through it. This looks like a halfling type figure. To others, you'll make your roll and realize it's someone that's disguised, and the gig is up to you, right? This person's not making much of an effort to pay attention to you guys at all. They clearly seem to be paying attention to something else further up the road. Both Kusa and Sova can see a thin figure, kind of head down, wandering up the road, but they just seem out of it. That's the best. They're looking at this tree and fucking that tree, and I mean they're clueless as fuck as far as you can tell. In La La Land, staring at the stars. It's just yeah. Anyway, they're just kind of kicking stones and wandering down the road. They set no pace. They're not in any hurry really to get anywhere. They're just wandering, and they're and looking at this and looking at that, and just very distracted. So anyway, there you guys go. Does anyone have anything specific that they want to do now, immediately?
No.
Okay, good. No spells are being cast or this or that, or you guys are just going to observe this? Okay. So Tal seems to he looks at Kusa and he looks to see where Kusa's looking. And then, out from the bushes, basically pops another dude, and then pops another dude, and then pops. Oops. Oh, there, because I put them on top of each other. That's why. Oh, there we go.
What the fuck?
So I got an extra one, but that's okay. It mostly works for me. So out of the bushes pops a couple guys. One's going to be up ahead. So again, this guy wanders up. You can see this guy kind of wander up to the tree line, and you can see him kind of hug the tree and look around. And this whistle, kind of a thing. I don't know how that loud was for you guys. So anyway, yeah, it's loud. Pops out, and everyone. So I'll start with the poor sucker up front who's triggered this. Kelsier, you can make a perception check.
Okay. Oh. Oh no.
Okay. You completely spot these guys. First off, you're advantaged in your roll, so it's easy for you to spot. You see these guys come out of the woodwork. You recognize them immediately and do not perceive them at all in any way as a threat. So they pop out. They are armed. And in general, you see them coming out kind of actually, as you walked past them, you observed them. But you are not fearful and fear no harm from them. For the purposes of what's going to go on here, because it's going to be kind of somewhat confusing for you, you're not aggressive towards anybody here, nor do you view anyone aggressive towards you. Okay. There's a curiosity to this encounter that's going to occur, and I'm happy for you to participate insofar as let's say non-combat actions. And we can get into some of the mechanics of that in a bit, but I don't want to give away too much more to the group. But you can be a passive observer, or you can carry on wandering, or you can, I would say, interfere in whatever capacity you choose, but you're not aggressive towards anybody. Okay?
Okay.
All right. These creatures all pop out. Everyone can roll for initiative. I'm going to treat my group as a group in my initiative order. So I'm going to roll once. So I'm just going to pop my initiative table up. So the way to roll initiative, I'm just going to clear this table. How do I clear the table? Remove all turns and clear list. Clear list. Okay, perfect. So sorry I fucked up then because I didn't get this done in time. I don't know if I can copy you in here. Can I carry your initiative in here? Vexus, I cannot. Okay, so I got to add you manually. Item label, Vexus. So you got to click on your character first, and then you've got to roll. Otherwise, it doesn't add it to my initiative order.
Okay.
19 point, and I get to manually add you then. Sorry, it's 19.12 to add Vexus. Oh, didn't even add it. Okay, never mind. I got you. Yeah, go ahead, reroll. Actually, that's fine. I'll redo this because that's easier for me. Okay, so you're on there, and I'll edit this label. How do I edit this? I don't know how to delete it.
If you
Oh, you
can
didn't click on
select it and press backspace or delete, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't know how to delete this off the initiative order. So I'm going to put goblins. Add. We're going to ignore the second Vexus. Sorry, guys. I'll figure out how to remove it later. I don't want to clear the list either. There's no other way for me to do that. I couldn't even do that. Once it's done, I can't even edit it. So I can put the initiative order to 0. That's the only thing I can do. So goblins, I'm rolling. Well, I didn't get Sova in here either. You have to click on yourself. You have to click on your icon before you roll. Otherwise, it doesn't add it to my list.
Oh,
Sorry, and it sucks because you rolled a natural 20. So you can just roll. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
how do I do this again? I
Click on your icon like as if you're going to pick your character up.
Okay.
And I'm rolling a d20.
Then what do I press the green button?
Press initiative on your.
How do I highlight it? Wait.
Just like pick your guy up as if you're going to move him.
You just click it, right? Yeah.
Just like you did before, but you also have your guy highlighted.
Oh, when he's highlighted. Okay.
Yeah, when he's highlighted, roll your initiative. There you go. So now I will do this, and I will go descending, and we will start at the top of the initiative order. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Cool. I don't know why goblins are at 0. I rolled a, what did I roll? 15. And they are +2, so 17. Okay, so the goblins start popping out of the fucking woodwork, left, right, and center. Basically, we'll start at the top of the initiative order. So Tal says to Kusa, looks at Kusa, says, "Do you got this?"
Yeah.
Yeah. He says, "I'll hold the ponies so that they don't run off." Why the heck does my goblins keep losing their initiative? Yeah, I got him. I can drag him. I can change people's initiative order by dragging him. So Kelsier, who happens to spot them first, spots the goblins popping out of nowhere. What do? You're first in the initiative order.
So you said I'm not hostile, but I know they're goblins.
Yeah, you know they're goblins. You don't feel they're hostile at all to you. In fact, like nobody's hostile, but they just all start popping out around you.
Okay, I'm just gonna like look around at them, scratch my chin a little bit.
Yeah, you
And
look
then
around them and you see that they're looking at the other guys who are following you on the trail. And so you didn't even notice these guys. So there's a whole entourage behind you coming up the trail.
I'm just gonna keep walking up the path.
Okay. So you can just move your character up a couple. It doesn't really matter. You're not move your character every 10 feet every round, so you're off the map. Yeah, and the squares on there don't like my grid squares don't match up yet
Oh, I
because
see.
this map wasn't properly loaded. So ignore the maps squares on there. So anyway, you move it 20 feet. I mean, yeah, you're wandering, so you can wander off. Okay, so that's you done Vexus 38. Wrong Vexus. Other Vexus. Okay. Yeah, that'll hit. And how many hit points do I have? Okay. That goblin looks seriously wounded as your fire bolt scorches all of the hair off of his body and singes his ears down to stubs. And he screams in agony. You feel almost a little bit bad for 1.1 seconds. Yeah, yeah, they don't seem to react too much to that. Okay, so who is this? This is Sorva.
Sova?
Yeah. You can see yourself in the initiative order when you're coming up, so your character's up top there.
Oh, I
Should
see
be
now.
easy.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
Sova.
So how many feet can I move at a time? 25, and each block is how many?
Yeah, if you use Q, so the grids on the map are too small. So if you use Q, your character will snap to the other grid. I was actually trying to edit this map earlier when I got this. Let me see if I can go back to that actually.
Okay, I'll move up 25 feet.
Oh, here we go. Opacity. Save settings. Does that help you see the grids better? Try this again. Okay, 1 second. Here, let me try this then. Opacity, come the other way.
Oh,
Now they disappeared.
yeah,
Okay.
that's better.
So this is better for you guys? No, because that's you're snapping to the wrong grids right now. Color, I'm gonna go black, and I'm gonna go as dark as I can, and I'm gonna go save. That's the actual black grids. Is that better? Okay. Sorry about that. I should have put. So we're on the black grids, not the little light gray ones. So Sova, what are you doing? You moved up.
Yeah, I moved up 25 feet.
Okay. I think isn't it 25 feet per action, Nate? So if he can move and he can attack. So, but he could have double moved then, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but it's you can. That's a single move though, right? So can't he? So he could still move again. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So he moves up 30 feet or whatever. Okay, and then what? He still has an action left, so you could cast a spell right now. You could. There's a number
I
of things.
don't have spells.
Okay, I'm just saying. There's a number of things you could. Yeah, you could ready to attack. Yep, that's correct. If a guy
Oh.
gets within attacking range of you, you could ready to attack him.
Okay, I would do that.
Okay. Next action is Kusta.
All right, I'm gonna move 35 feet. Actually, no, I'm gonna only move 25. And then I'm going to attack this first goblin here with my longbow.
The one that's singed and's got no ears left.
Yep.
Okay.
Fuck.
Okay. Your bow sails off. It doesn't even come into the same square as him. It actually misses the tree behind him and sails off into the bushes. Your arrow. You can see, I don't know what this says, 150 out of 600. That's your range. I did have ammo counting on here, but I don't see it. Anyway, we'll figure that out afterwards, but there's supposed to be ammo counting. Next action, goblins go. Okay. The goblins, these 3 goblins here have short bows, and they're going to shoot at Sova, Kusa, and Vexus in that order. So my left to right here. So my first goblin, I'm going to make a GM roll. Let me move my turn order over here. First goblin's going to make a GM roll on a D20. So that is against Sova. What's your armor class on Sova?
Let me check. It's 14.
Okay. You are hit for 8 damage. How many hit points you got?
I will have
I'll roll my stuff
5
out front.
HP left.
Okay. I roll my stuff out front just so you guys can see. Yeah, no, because I had it selected. I didn't realize afterwards, but there's actually, if you look at my screen, I have a, where you get the dice roll, I have a whole bar that says GM. And if I click the button, every roll I do until I click it off is GM. So I didn't realize. Yeah, so I'll just roll my stuff up front, go for it. Okay, so the first attack hits. Second attack on Kusa is an 8 that misses, doesn't even come in the same square. And my third attack on Vexus. So this attack is plus, but the range means I lose my plus on this, or so a disadvantage, Nate. Okay, so I'll roll twice. This roll is disadvantaged. So miss. So because it's 2 rolls, right? I rolled twice, but it's disadvantage. Yeah, that's right. So everyone else gets missed. These 2 guys in the back basically, I'd say rush up behind, but move up behind Kelsier, but face the rest of you. They don't look in any way as though they form any kind of negative intent to Kelsier. They're defending Kelsier. So, just for you guys know. Ben, your turn.
Okay. I move up 15 feet to this position. I then use Firebolt on this guy in the back here.
Yep.
I'm going to
What's the range on Firebolt?
120, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Which it's wisdom, right? Or did I have to? Or what roll do I have to do?
I think it's so. In my version, it was a ranged touch attack. I'm not sure in D&D 5e how that is done. Nate,
Nathan, what did you roll? Like to see if it hits or not. Like I just roll. Yeah. Oh, I can actually click the thing. Oh shit! Okay. That's horrific.
yeah. So you miss him with your firebolt. It sails off and splutters on the bark of a tree. So next person to this is Uglet.
All right. Right. So are we assuming that we've already like pulled out our weapons?
Yeah, I didn't really get in. Like you guys are traveling, you're kind of you're equipped.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll just dodge.
Okay. Kelsier. So these two guys come up behind you. Again, face no threat. They're clearly trying to communicate with you. Interesting enough, you don't hear their words, but you get the sense of harm. And I say harm. You get the sense of like you're motivated by a fear of loss, basically. So you don't want to, you feel like there's a possibility these people behind you may wish to take this gem from you. And so you're not afraid of them as much as you're just like, you definitely don't want them knowing about the gem or taking the gem from you. Not that you don't wish them any harm either, but you know what I mean? You don't want
Yeah.
to lose the gem. And so that's kind of your motivation. And the goblins, again, don't seem to care a whole lot about you. They're worried. You notice that the one guy's got a bow. They look different than the rest of the goblins for what it's worth to you. You can tell they're different. One guy's got a bow, and the other guy's carrying a box.
Hmm.
And they're jibber jabbering. They basically want you to hurry up and go. That's what they're. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. But they don't want to walk the path, and you feel like you should walk the path. So
Can I ask them if they want me to take the box off their hands?
yeah. So you can understand the intent of things, but it doesn't. It doesn't like. I mean, you're trying to like mime, and you know what I mean. You're trying to communicate with
yeah.
these guys, and it's just not. They're too stressed with the nature of combat. You figure if you had some time to be able to like, charade your way through this, you probably could get away with communicating with them. But under the current circumstances, while their friends are getting blown up and pegged with arrows, and they're just there's too much duress for them to be patient enough for you to communicate.
Okay, so I'm gonna take their hint that they want me to leave, and I'm gonna keep going and keep running.
Right, so you're going to scoot off the map, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. And we'll kind of cover that off round after round. So they stay and look to try to get cover in trees for what it's worth. And when you see them headed there, it's not their turn, but anyway, you'll see that that's kind of what they peel off to do for your purposes, and we'll kind of wrap around to that. Vexus, your turn. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I can do it here. Clear drawings. Okay. Poor guy. Never did nothing. He didn't even have ears left. Literally singed his ears off. Yeah. So poof. I mean, he's literally shards. So you hit him. He's on fire. He runs 5 feet over here and falls to his death in a smoldering heap of seared remains with stubs left for limbs. The gear on him, whatever he had, his bow is gone. His disguise is gone. He's literally a smoldering heap. Done. So I will. So there's a couple options I can do, but I don't imagine rebels going to be an issue. but I could flag him as rebel if needed. If you guys want me to leave him on the map, I will actually. Why not? Why don't we? Why don't we learn how to do that? There you go. Dead. So next person's initiative. You can't technically move. Well, you could. He's hindered terrain and still smoldering, just for what it's worth. Well, no, you moved and you attacked, right? So I don't think you can move again. Can you really? Yeah, that's new to 5e. For what it's worth, it doesn't really matter, but there you go. So then it is, after Vexus is Sova.
Okay. So can I move like 20 feet and attack at the
Yes.
same time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How much is this? Oh, I can attack and then move. Okay.
Okay, that's
I'm gonna
Yeah.
move 20 feet and attack the guy in front of me.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't think it's gonna hit. No, it does not hit.
And then
So you do physically strike his body for what limited armor he has, which is basically, you can see he's got an armored bracer that's actually what he uses to block your sword as it comes in. And quite honestly, if he hadn't had his armored bracer, you would have cleaved this guy in half like the last one. But it clangs off of the armor on his arm, and he's able to basically deflect because of the armor. So
And then can I move back?
and I'm not sure, is that how that works, Nate? You can move and attack and move?
Nathan?
Nate, can you move, attack, and move? It's under movement rules. Okay, so I'll just take it. So I can move 20 feet if I've got 25 feet of movement, attack, move 5 more. Okay, yeah, so you can move. Again, I'll read the rule, but Nathan knows them better than me for 5e. So that's a change. Yeah, it's no worries, man. That's the way we're playing it. It goes both ways, right? Whatever rule works for you works for me.
So what distance can I move?
I think you move 20 feet up, so you can move. You have 25 feet of movement, if I'm not mistaken, or 30 feet.
Okay, I'm just gonna back up.
Yeah. So I will say this: you're a melee guy. I don't think you can move that much, just because you have 30 total feet, right? So you move 20 up, so you have 10 feet of movement from here. But I will say this, just for what it's worth: this guy is an archer, and if he attacks you, if he tries to move away from you, you get an attack on him, right? And if he attacks you with a ranged weapon while you're standing next to him, he's disadvantaged. So in a tactical opinion, it's not actually in your interest to back off.
Okay, can I go back?
Yeah, I just stand there. I would not have moved back, and your character, I think, would know that. So
Okay.
you'll just, for whatever it's worth, he's gonna, this is the guy that shot at you, and that's why you ran up there and smacked him. And unless he drops his thing and pulls out his dagger, which you clearly see him wearing, which quite frankly, his dagger is less dangerous than his short bow. So if you have to choose between the two, I would take a dagger, and you're likely to, actually. So anyway, you stay there. Kusa.
I'm gonna move 35 feet up, and then I'm going to attack this motherfucker right here.
Okay, so
With my
I gotta
longbow.
describe it. You'll be able to pick it out now that you're within enough range. You can clearly see this motherfucker right here looks different than the rest of them, and is carrying a box. Thank you.
Okay.
For what it's worth, I'm just gonna fair warning.
Okay, so best to shoot that guy, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him with my longbow.
Okay.
Ooh. 23.
Yeah, you smoke him. Interesting enough, when you hit him, the box falls to the ground, and explodes. And I actually think Kelsier is in range. Yeah, so this guy dies, and an explosion goes off, and you need to make, again, I got to go back to Nathan, but I think it's a dexterity save.
Okay.
From him
Oh,
exploding when the box drops.
That makes sense.
damn.
Oops, wrong thing. Let me click this. No, not this. Let me click this.
A 9.
Not bar.
Oh, does it take the average of the two throws for saving?
No, only if you're disadvantaged. Yeah. Okay. You do need that. It explodes in that radius, burning all of the leaves off of all of the trees, likely instantly killing the other guy here.
Jeez.
And unfortunately, Kelsey is going to get hit. Oh, dexterity. So you are not disadvantaged, but your first roll is a 9. So you fail your save. How many hit points you got?
Only 9.
Okie doke. Well, this could be interesting. This could be very fun. You take 3 points of damage for what could have killed you. And it burns you. The guy explodes, and the other guy takes 6 points of damage and is not killed instantly, but is seriously maimed from the explosion as he screams in pain. And this guy is dead.
Can I make a minor action after attacking or no?
So you've moved and you've attacked. I believe that's all of your actions.
Okay.
Certainly would be in the old man's version of this game.
So am I on fire right now?
No, you're not on fire.
Oh, you do?
So he had an explosive box in his hands, and he was trying to wait for these guys to get close enough. He was going to charge them and blow up, and it would have done damage to the entire party. It literally, truthfully, for Kusa to have sniped the guy like that couldn't have possibly gone better. This was their best potential outcome for this scenario. And as far as these guys were concerned, a suicide option of last resort to try to save Kelsier. Sadly, the person they're trying to save in usual goblin fashion is the only person they end up hurting. But there you go.
So would speaking to them in Goblin count as a bonus action, or would that be no?
Oh, you can always speak.
Oh,
Yeah. You just you can't make diplomacy rolls while attacking people, right? It's
okay.
hard. It's hard to like convince me to let my weapons down after you've killed my best friend. Like maybe you can make intimidate, but anyway, yeah. What's your thought process? What were you going to try?
Oh, I was just gonna like openly tell them to like leave in
Mhm.
Goblin.
I would leave if I were you. Blah 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 blah. So I will say this: it's fairly apparent to you from what you've observed. It's their intent to protect this person who's walking on the path ahead of you. They clearly intended them no harm, and in fact, had been following them for some distance, as best as you can tell, and only came out of the woodwork when you guys approached. So they, to the best of your ability, it doesn't look like they intended this person any harm at all. But they became involved when you guys got too close. Okay, the goblins go. Kusa, you're going to eat an arrow here. This guy that's shooting at you, again, he's armored slightly differently than the rest of them. He looks
Which one is shooting at me?
this guy here. The one
Would
that is,
would that be half cover or no?
he has cover because he's on the other side of the tree, but you don't, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see how he does here. He does not do. So unless you have minus AC, he does not hit you. So in spite of his natural, do you have what's your armor class actually?
16.
Okay. Yeah. It the arrow. So for what
That's
it's worth, because this is how armor works, he hit an AC 10. When you hit an AC 10, it strikes you. Okay. Because that's an accurate shot at AC and clangs off of your armor. Because if you had not had armor, he would have hit you. So your armor saved you from, because he's +3 to his shot. Your armor saved you from taking damage.
okay.
This second guy, Interestingly enough, so this guy here, he also is going to attack you because you seem like the leader of the party with killing everyone as bad as you have. And so he's also going to take a shot at you. He's not as good as the other guy. And he does hit you because that's a natural 18 for a, I think it's D6 plus 2. D6 plus 2. So I could do this. I'm rolling the dice, but I can actually just roll it up properly. 1d6 plus 2. So 5 damage you take from an arrow being shot in the back.
Okay, I have 7 health.
Yeah, but they're all afraid of you now. You just one shot half their party. And the melee guy the bow guy drops his bow for Sova and pulls out a vicious looking dagger. Absolutely vicious. You tremble in fear of this dagger. We'll see how he does here. And he stabs at you. What's your armor class, Sova?
It's 14.
Okay. And so if I hit his armor class, because I'm +1 with the dagger, that is a hit, right? Yeah. So here we go. 1d4 minus 1. Yeah, they're not very strong. Oh, that's +1. My bad. I rolled a 2, and I was actually supposed to be -1, not +1. That should have been a 1.
So I
You
take
take
one damage.
1 point of damage from this vicious-looking as he pokes at you. And that is all of the goblins. On to Ben.
Okay. So I move up 20, actually I move up 15 feet to this direction. I then use firebolt on this goblin here. And I'm going to roll my
He's-
spell.
He's currently uninjured, just so you know.
Yeah, he's uninjured.
He is. Sova, did you injure your goblin?
Didn't I hit this guy earlier?
I
No.
don't think I did.
He didn't know.
Wait, who did I
So,
hit earlier? Oh, I missed.
This
Right, right.
this guy's dead. He was hit a couple times.
I
This
got a 23.
This guy and then this guy are uninjured. 23 hits.
So it hits 2 damage though, right?
Okay. He looks unhappy about that. You have wounded him. All of the hairs are missing on both of his arms now, thanks to your firebolt.
Okay.
Uglet.
All right. So I'll. Oops. Okay. I'll move up to attack this goblin.
Yeah.
With both of my scimitars.
Okay. He cringes as he sees you approach. He's like, "Oh, damn." AC 11 does not hit him. But clambers off his armor both times.
Oof.
Those would have been nasty hits. You can see his eyes bug right out of his head as you come up with the 2 swords. It's definitely very intimidating. Yeah, he doesn't like that. That's not good. Kelsier, what would you like to do?
Am I still inclined to run away?
Yeah, like you don't want to lose your gem. That's really what
Yeah.
this comes down to. You're not afraid of them, and you're not running from them. You are going to do everything you can to make sure that that gem remains in your possession.
So I should probably just leave the map.
Yeah, probably
Like,
wander
yeah.
off. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. You're keep on wandering. And we'll deal with this in a role playing counter. They're not going to do anything in combat. Again, you're not going to try to help them or heal them or blah blah blah.
Okay. Not
yeah, cool.
fighting with them.
Yeah, you're probably better off that way. Vexus, your turn.
It does because I have 2 weapon fighting. Yeah.
Okay. hits. Yeah, you one-shot him. Yeah, you absolutely smoke him. Poof. So it's very sad. I'm sad about that. It's my favorite. That's okay. So you got 2 goblins left. This guy has dropped his bow at his feet and has a dagger out, and this guy looks tougher and better with his bow, although albeit not by the last shot. But for what it's worth, he's dressed differently. He's got different armor. Yeah, it's more significant for what it's worth. Next person is Sova.
Okay. I choose to attack the guy above me again.
Okay. Knee, the Knight of Knee. Oh yeah, yeah. So you absolutely hit him super hard, cleave straight, into his armor, and in fact, yeah, do significant amount of damage. He looks seriously, nearly mortally wounded as he kind of staggers back and forth. And for a second, your sword's stuck in his shoulder, and you reeve it back out. But he remains standing somehow, miraculously. And he peers at you even more crazy-eyed now with his dagger in his hand. Yeah. So who we at here? Kusa.
All right, I'm gonna move another 35 feet up and shoot at this guy here.
Okay. He's trying to be all clever by using that tree as cover. So you've totally negated his cover by moving up like that. Does not hit. Yeah. So that is now their turn. Okay. I will start with the Goblin of Knee, and he will stab at Sova again with vicious fury in his eyes, rage upon him. And clang off your armor, technically, with his pluses. And then the other guy does aim his bow very carefully as he stares down at Kusa, and does fire at Kusa AC 15. Oh no, that will be +3. AC 18.
Hits
Okay. 4d6. How many hit points you got left there, big guy?
7.
Okay, well, we're at d6 +2 here, so this could be fun. 4 damage. Just for what it's worth, Kusa, you notice this Kelsier, not, you don't notice Kelsier, you notice this, I wouldn't say ranger looking dude, but he kind of is dressed like you, light armored, cloak wearing guy, just keep wandering on down the trail like nothing's going on, no big deal. It's odd. It's just odd. Yeah. Anyway, and anyway, yeah, the goblin that shot you like nods with satisfaction, and he's like, yeah. Okay, Ben.
Okay. I move 10 feet or 15 feet or whatever to here. I now have viewing range of this goblin in this position.
Yep.
I then use firebolt.
That 20.
Wow.
You critical hit him for more hit points than he would have to start with, and he had 1 hit point left, so you kill him.
Nice.
In fact, you smoke him so bad that there's this giant explosion of flames in front of Sova, who, if it wasn't fire, probably would have been covered in blood right now. And what's left is a pair of stumpy little legs into pathetic-looking small leather boots.
Nice.
And he's dead. Okie doke. On to Uglet.
I guess really all I could do is just move up. Just move up 5 spaces and do a dodge.
Kelsier keeps on walking. Vexus. technically, I'm not sure how it works in 3.5. Unintended objects in a space with an explosion would have had to make a save. I'm not sure if that's the case in this one. It's possible. I'll say for cinematic purposes, you can totally recover the short bow with a couple of goblin arrows. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what that rule is. Anyway, so you pick the short bow up. So you've moved and picked the short bow up. That's your actions. Oh yeah, you do have more movement. Yeah, totally. All right, Sova.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna move up. I have to be up against them, right, to attack them?
Unless you have a reach weapon, yes. It's like spears, or I don't know if you have any reach weapons.
Let me check.
Interesting enough, actually. So a javelin's a throwing weapon. You were on guard duty. For what it's worth, most of the guards carry spears. So I'll say, for the purposes of this combat and entertainment purposes, you were issued a long spear, which is a reach weapon, and you can make an attack. Nate, you want to look up what a long spear does for? I think it's D8.
Ooh.
Yeah, you skewer him. I'm not sure if. Yeah, so you skewer him with your long spear. You can put it on your character sheet going forward because it's entertaining. So the way this would normally work, and again at 3.5, to sheath the weapon is an action. You didn't have time to sheath your weapon. So what you would have done is you would have run all the way up here, dropped your long sword at your feet, and pulled your long spear as a free action, and speared this guy. So you don't have time to sheath your long spear. So, or your long sword, I should say. So your long sword's at your feet, and you stab this guy. It would have killed any other goblin, but because this particular guy is a little bit more badass, he takes it in the arm and seems to be okay. I mean, it hurt, but not as bad as it would have smoked one of the other guys. But anyway, your long sword is at your feet. Okay, and if you leave the square and don't pick it up, it's an action to pick it up or put it away, right? So for the way that this would normally work in 3.5, I guess it works the same in 5e, Nate? What I'm describing as far as actions? Yeah, sheathing weapons in action, etc., etc. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. So okay, I'm good with that. Kusa.
Okay, I'm
You
going
just watch this guy take a vicious spear from a guy who basically he's just about one shot everything he's ever hit. So
I'm gonna go move behind this tree here and fire my bow at him while like sort of peeking from the
okay,
side.
you have cover. I'll give you the cover. Adds to your AC.
And
Does that add to my difficulty to hit or AC? Okay. 20 hits, 7 damage. That brings me to 16 damage. So you smoke him. He is still standing, although it doesn't look very well. To say, it looks like a giant pincushion. He gets an action. Well, dag nabbit. He drops his bow and moves to here. Can I move to here as opposed to here? Like, does this provoke, Nate? No, he's just moving. It's his turn. So he's going to move to there and then to there. If that makes sense without provoking. Because, yeah. Yeah. Interesting enough. Interesting enough, because of narrative, just for what it's worth, this is going to sound interesting. He's going to go after Uglet. There's a reason why. It'll make more sense. But he charges after Uglet with sort of like a racial hatred. For what it's worth, right? It's you guys can tell there's something unusual about his particular viciousness towards Uglet. And he drops his bow along the way and pulls out a two-handed falchion. Yeah. And smacks at Uglet. So that will be AC 14 with this. Does that hit you?
No, he also would roll with disadvantage.
He-
I dodged.
Oh, there you go. I accept that. So anyway, it doesn't matter. AC 14 doesn't hit anyway, so I don't need to roll a second time, but I would have if needed. So sorry. He has a +2 because of his racial hatred for you. So that actually would have been AC 16. So maybe I should roll a second time.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah.
That sounds fair.
Well, it's Ranger, right? That's what it is.
Oh,
So,
Oh.
so 16 would hit.
yeah.
Okay, so he does hit you. Sorry, it's 2d4. So that is 7 damage.
Damn.
How much life do you have?
Just
Yeah.
for Ugly's benefit, this guy seems to be geared towards fighting people of your size. There's a natural gift and a natural talent that he has, and it's like he knows where all your like weak spots are, right? Like most people who fight you because you're smaller and you're a little more dexterous, so they just, they haven't battled small people before. This guy has made a career out of battling small people, and you can tell when he comes at you. He's a very dangerous person for you.
Mm. All right.
So, and he ignores all others. It looks to you as if though he's willing to sacrifice his life if it takes yours down. So, Ben.
Okay. I move 30 feet right here. I then use Firebolt on the goblin.
Yep.
And let's. Oh, so I would be here then.
Technically, this guy
Right.
is a goblin commando, for what it's worth.
So will I be in the line of sight of Uglet here if I
Uglet
attack?
is so small, I really don't consider anyone to be ever to be in line of
Okay.
sight. You look over him, it's like he's not even there.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just it's story. It's
Goblin
Okay.
far more
Commando.
entertaining.
I then use Firebolt on the goblin.
This would be like a
And
giant looking over a
I
man.
get wow! Look at that roll!
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh!
Holy smokes. Holy smokes, Ben. 18 damage. Sadly, here's the sad truth, okay? He had 1 hit point left because he had 18 hit points to start with. And he took all these hits to go to 17
Wow.
damage. And then Ben does his entire life in 1 hit. Okay, you smoked the Goblin Commando. I'm sad about that too. He was badass. Yeah, because he was a Goblin Commando. This is Ranger level's favorite enemy, fucking halflings. Which I didn't even think the party would play a halfling, but that's kind of entertaining.
No way toss me this go around. Next time though.
Yeah. Okay. So Tal comes up. You got the party collects itself, and you catch up to this traveler on the road, who.
Wait, can we loot the bodies first and stuff, or no?
Oh yeah, totally. So you will collect this guy here. You can't collect shit off of him. He exploded. He's done.
Fair.
This guy here has a 2-handed small size falchion, which was totally awesome if Uglet wants it. It's small size though.
Hmm. I'll be fine. Somebody else can take it.
And he dropped a short bow if anyone wants it.
I would
Uglet,
grab
you should
that.
take that.
Okay.
Well, it might benefit somebody else.
Okay. So are you guys keeping track of ammo? Is anyone bothering to keep track of ammo?
I am. I'm
Okay.
on 17.
So this guy here has 1d10 arrows left on him.
Can I roll for that? I'm just gonna roll a hit dice because it's D10. Yep. So I had 8 arrows.
So there's him. This guy here has a dagger. This guy, I'm moving around. He has a dagger and he has a short bow with 1d6 arrows.
Can I roll for that one too?
Yeah, haven't. Someone's got to roll. Someone keeping track of party loot for the dagger. It's dagger sellable. I don't know what they're worth, but 2 gold, 5 gold.
Oh, really?
So how did you get 8? It's 1d6.
Oh, because it's a hit dice.
Yeah, the first guy's a
oh,
D10.
shit.
The second guy's a D6.
Okay.
So it's a
Roll
pretty good roll on a D6 to get an 8.
advanced roll. D6 roll. There we go.
So this guy here
4.
has a dagger.
Okay.
Its short bow got burnt, and this guy here's short bow already got picked up. So, and another dagger.
I go over and I grab the dude's dagger. Is there a roll in that or no?
The dagger, there's no roll on the dagger. It's just
Okay.
we've been rolling for ammunition. So there's another
Oh,
D6.
okay.
There's another D6 arrows available for whoever wants them. Okay, there you go. Done.
Okay. Uglet, are you sure you don't want that sword? No one's else gonna take it.
I guess I'll take it then.
Just curious to you guys, how did you find the combat?
Good.
I liked it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty smooth. It didn't. I mean, for us kind of all learning and getting through the paces a bit, kind of worked for you guys.
I got hit by an exploding box.
You
Friendly
smoked the guy.
fire.
Interesting enough, that would have been way worse for you guys. That was my big thing at the end. Was the last 2 guys. Like if you killed everyone else, this one guy was gonna like run up to you guys and charge you, and I figured everyone's gonna be shooting at him, and then he was gonna blow up, right? And it could have made the encounter a little bit interesting if everyone would have taken, you know what I mean, some damage or
just
whatever.
died.
You couldn't have possibly done that better. Genuinely, that was the. This is a dangerous encounter, right? That was the danger. That literally was the danger, right? Smoked the guy with the exploding box.
My only thought process was, well, these guys are gonna fucking kill the 3 over there. I want my own kills.
It worked out really well. It worked out really well. Anyway, as far as difficulty level, challenge level, fair, reasonable. I mean, you guys did the encounter quite well as well. So, some of your choices made this encounter probably easier. This could have been a much more difficult encounter if half of you would have taken 2d6 damage.
Yeah.
It was a walk in the park.
It was a walk in the park. Who said that?
Jules, who did nothing.
Literally.
All right, cool. So we'll wrap it up here. We'll pick up next time. We'll leave all the characters on the board just as they are. We'll wrap up next time with you guys having a chat with Kelsier.
Sounds good.
Fun?
Yeah.
I'll see you guys Thursday next week. We're playing every week.
Sure.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for taking the time, guys. Should be fun. Yeah, and we'll level them pretty quickly. So you guys should start wrapping your head around like what you're gonna do at level 2 and what you're gonna do at level 3, just so you have kind of a plan. Because I don't want to spend 3 hours leveling.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Catch you
Yeah,
later.
too.
You see,
Night.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
I'm not sure how to even leave.
My desk active. It's okay. Yeah. Well, he was stalling his language just because he didn't know how to leave. Yeah. I just did it because I knew, and I just before he was about to say that. Yeah.
He's a good DM.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
So, Nathan, Christian. Do you want to play a little bit of Legion TD2? Let's fucking go.